The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate.
A message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments to the following Senate file. House File number 1384, an act relating to state government. The Senate respectfully requests that a conference committee be appointed thereon. The Senate has appointed as such committee Senators Murphy, Abler, and Bolden. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodden, Secretary of the Senate. Feist moves that the House accede to the request of the Senate and that the Speaker appoint a conference committee of 3 members of the House to meet with a like committee appointed by the Senate on the disagreeing votes of the 2 houses on Senate File number 1384.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Ramsey, Representative Feist, to explain your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are just some differences in the language between the 2 versions, and we'd like to get those hammered out. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announced by the Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate File number 1384. Feist, Bergs, and Davids.
Members, we are now back to the conference committee on House File number 23. Representative Hansen had moved that the vote whereby the report of the conference committee on House File number 2310, which was adopted earlier today, be now reconsidered. So we are on the motion to reconsider, and I will remind members that a roll call has been requested and a roll call has been granted. Discussion to the motion to reconsider. I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is my motion. I would ask members for a green vote.
Further discussion to the motion to reconsider. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask members to support the motion.
All those in favor of adopting the amendment, please click your green button because the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will read the motion.
Hansen moves that the House refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 2310 and that the bill be returned to the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Hansen, to explain your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to address this motion. In conference committee yesterday, we saw that language was added. I discussed that briefly earlier today, and that was removed. I believe that was the right thing. The rule is a conference committee may not delegate rulemaking to a department or agency of state government or exempt a department or agency of state government from rulemaking unless the delegation or exemption was included in either the bill or the amendment that was referred to the conference committee. So on line 22.10 through 22.12, I see that a appropriation is still here for the rulemaking process that was removed and stripped from the bill correctly yesterday. That was expedited rulemaking, and the appropriation for $17,000 is still there. So that is my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Any discussion on the Heinzman motion to refuse to adopt? I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of the Heinzman motion. I think, whether or not the role of government and, the positions, you did the right thing yesterday. You stood up, I understand it, you took a little bit of a bite of a humble pie, and we sent that bill back and removed that language, which was inappropriately in there. But at the end of the day, the dollars are still sitting out there. And $17,000 may not seem like a lot in this room, but at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to taxpayers to do what's right. If that money's just going to be sitting there in some account, believe it or not, we're going to have a battle on this House floor about how Democrats are underfunding nursing homes. That's $17,000. That's probably a part-time worker that could fund a part-time worker at one of our nursing homes that could help out with staffing or give someone a raise, or maybe they could afford to put a little bit more gas in their car. $17,000. It may not seem like a lot in this room, but it may make a big difference in a small town with a nursing home who's begging for this legislature to stand up for them. We can take that, go back, send this bill back to committee, take that $17,000 and not use it to buy rich people electric cars. We could do something else with it. I know it was just a goof up that money wasn't removed. We don't have to make a big deal of it. We can send it back to conference. We can take that, remove those dollars, and do what's right for Minnesotans. It's important, folks, that every single dime is accounted for in these budgets. That's a conversation for another day, because there are big swaths. A lot of dollars are going to nonprofits with very little oversight. We saw it with Feeding Our Future, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Poof, gone. Bye. Folks, we have a responsibility, and we have the ability to do what's right. Tomorrow, the rules change, folks. We all understand it, right? Today, we have a 12-hour rule that conference committee report that hasn't even been drafted yet, but the paper happens to have been signed, can sit at that desk for 12 hours, and no one actually knows what it looks like because they can't see it. And that's one of the reasons why we also need to be looking back. The reason why these mistakes were in the bill is because it wasn't a transparent process. Communication is key. We just found out a little earlier when we had the mishap with going out on taking a little bit of break so we could caucus. The reason why that kerfuffle happened is because of a miscommunication. A miscommunication. The reason why that rulemaking was in the bill, because there was a miscommunication. And why, folks? Our job at the House floor is to bring to light the inaccuracies and the mistakes that potentially happened during the committee process. Members, we need to stand strong for this institution. We have a responsibility to the folks that sent us here, those 40,000 plus constituents. Some of them voted for us, some of them voted against us. But at the end of the day, the process is exceptionally important. And I would ask all of you, not on a partisan, this isn't about yay or nay on do you like the bill. This is, are we being responsible with the dollars that are being set aside in these bills? It was a goof. And guess what? Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, we can be on this House floor and debate this bill because we don't have to wait for 12 hours tomorrow. Once midnight hits, Cinderella loses her glass slipper, and the 12-hour rule goes away. That Tesla might just turn into a pumpkin again. But it is going to change here shortly. What I would ask members, if I could be kind enough to ask for you to raise your hand, I would request a roll call.
Representative Swedzinski requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, Mr. Speaker, just on behalf of this, just so that members can kind of understand some of the processes and why a mistake potentially would be made on this, part of that debate is just to kind of get a good feel, because we're actually trying to talk people into our position. Would Representative Acom yield for a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Acom, there are some good provisions in this bill, and there are some quite poor ones. Just from a person, I was not invited on the conference committee, which I understand. There's only 5 slots for the Minnesota House in this particular one. Could you tell us, Representative Acom, how many provisions from a line, the conference committee, you understand how a conference committee is supposed to work. You take the side-by-sides, the Senate's on one side, the House is on the other, and you look at that line item and say, you know what, there's a blank spot here. We're going to have a debate in the open public, and the Senate's going to say, you know what, hey, you House members, I want you to support our thing, and it's really good. And then it goes back and forth. Exactly what percentage of this bill was done on a line-by-line in the public when it was debated? I have a rough idea how much. I'm just asking if you are aware of what percentage of this bill was debated in open air in the conference committee itself, where people are sitting with the public involved and not behind closed doors. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. The conference committee, as you know, made up of members from the House and the Senate, people who supported the bill and wanted to work in good faith to make it better. So our House conferees met with our Senate conferees. We had many meetings in public. We talked about and went through the bill. We talked about things that we had same and similar. We approved things. We had meetings and talked about those things that we didn't have in agreement or in complete agreement. In the end, we had a great bill that was a balanced bill that represented both the House and Senate priorities. There were several things that were not included in the House bill that we compromised on and included in the final conference committee report. So I think the conference committee, in talking with the folks that were on it, I'll feel as though it was a good outcome. We had lots of meetings, and we were, while you may have felt you were not invited, they were open to the public, and we had a jammed room every time we met. So there was lots of opportunities to provide input and engagement on the final outcome. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. One of the things that, I didn't hear, I was sitting pretty intently and watching it. We had staff that were watching pretty intently on it. And some of the provisions were something that seems very important to this body and had exceptional support. I think 124 votes for was the slavery positions. How did that particular vote go in conference committee when that was taken up from a line-by-line position? Did the Senate, obviously, did they speak out against it? Like, we're just trying to understand, because maybe it was like we had mistake by including the portion of the bill by having rulemaking, and we had to send it back to conference. We're wondering, is that a potential mistake that maybe from the notes that were taken in committee, that when that vote happened, maybe they were counted wrong, that's for some reason? Could you talk about that, Madam Chair?
Representative Swedzinski, are you asking if Representative Acom will yield to a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that was my
Okay,
question.
please address the body through the speaker, but Representative Acom will yield to a question. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm really glad that you brought this provision up and the amendment that was added to the Minnesota, however many there were, Representative Franson, yes. And so if you were taking a look at the final conference committee report, that provision is no longer, the policy language is no longer in our bill. It's been moved to the jobs bill. And so the appropriations language is in our bill, but the policy language, go ahead and read the conference committee report. It's not in there. It's been moved to the jobs bill because there was an allocation through that committee as well. And so that policy language is no longer in our bill.
Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, that is probably one of the biggest problems with this process. Where was that discussion that happened? You know what, hey, let's not approve this. Let's not vote on it in committee. Poof. It's gone. Harry Houdini showed up to the conference committee in the back room. Gone. You know, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, members, you know, we have a responsibility. I understand we're in the minority over here. There's just a few less souls on this side of the aisle than yours, but we are souls, and we all have a responsibility to this legislature and to the people that we represent. And an open, honest discussion that's open to the public in a real way, that weighs the benefits when the House is trying to defend the House position. That's just one more example, members, on why we should send this back. And I think the conference committee should be opened wide up. And let's have this discussion, not handshake and arm twisting in an e-cigarette-filled room, but in the public eye, line by line. You know, we did have a Republican in the Senate that I'm sure would have gladly spoke on the behalf, but guess what? They didn't have an opportunity to go line by line and say, you know what, I support this. I support this line. Why don't we? Let's stand strong for the House position, or let's stand strong for the Senate position. You know, we've heard that most of these bills have been shoved upstairs to the trifecta, the tribunal of power. We, time and time again, this legislature has shown that when going gets tough, when the legislation gets tough, let's make it somebody else's responsibility. And if we want to tie the hands of future legislators and legislators and senators, let's make sure that we empower the administration. Let's make sure those unelected bureaucrats that the governor himself appoints runs the show. Well, that's fun. You know, it's almost like we're trying to take the legislature. We're taking the power out of city councils. With your education bill, you're taking the power of locally elected officials when it comes to negotiating with their educators, and you're taking the power out of the boss and the employer relationship and putting it into some bureaucrat's hand over and over again. And through rulemaking and empowering these bureaucrats in St. Paul, you're not only getting rid of every single elected official when it comes to locally elected city councils, county commissioners, school boards, most importantly, for the St. Paul knows best attitude. And what do we trade it for? Let's trade it for a backroom deal. Sylvester Stallone years ago was in a movie called Over the Top. There was an out-of-work trucker, and he went into a competition to win a semi so he could provide for his family. And he worked out, and he got his forearm, you know, would go into these back bars and work his way up the circuit so they could win a semi so him and his son could provide for their family. Folks, there's a good guy in that movie and there's a bad guy in that movie. When you're fighting for your people you represent in your district, you're Sylvester Stallone. When you're the bad guy and this guy's trying to cheat, do things behind closed doors, negotiate things that should just become law. When something passes by 124 votes on this House floor, miracle. Those 5 senators didn't support it. Whoa, couldn't believe it. Boy, oh boy, those senators. Why? Not a million years, not in a million years would those 5 senators, if that was done in an honest, straightforward way, not supported it right where we put it, right where it belonged in this bill. The trick is we just kind of want to poof, poof, gone, and it won't do nothing, right? We want to make sure that, hey, we're going to join President Biden in making sure that we can import these solar panels from slave countries so that we can live our green dream. Folks, do what's right. don't do what the police say, right? The police says, Roxanne, don't turn on the red light. Vote green.
Further discussion on the motion to refuse to adopt. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge members to vote no.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Swazinski, for walking us through that and some of the detail that members really should consider today. I continue to ask that members support the motion, and we need to take a second look at this and respect the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the motion to refuse to adopt. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. There is a motion at the desk. The clerk will read the motion.
Hansen R. moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 2310 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the maker of the motion, the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
I ask for your support.
Any discussion to the motion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House File 2310, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File Number 2310, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I rise to oppose the conference report. Energy policy is not really my wheelhouse, but I was reading some of this when the report came out, and I was really struck by how sort of misguided this is about the EVs and the charging and utility rates. And but before I get that, I actually want to talk about the things that I actually did like about the bill, because I think, a lot of times the public thinks we're only saying, oh, it's terrible, it's negative, and that's not true. I was very pleased to see, as were my constituents, because I heard a lot of feedback about this overfishing opener, that some of the things were dropped that we had really objected to. And so I really appreciate the chairman's consideration of that. And sorry, now, so dropping the fishing license fee increases was great. Taking away the park fee entrances was great. So I really appreciate your consideration of that. I'm disappointed that the boat fee increases are still there. As one of my colleagues already said, so many Minnesotans own boats. We have the highest per capita boat ownership. This is going to hit everybody. And I'm sure my constituents, your constituents, they are all seeing so many increases in fees and taxes in so many bills. Like, we can't even really keep track of it all. But it just seems like we are nickel and diming Minnesotans to death here to pay for a 40% increase in the state budget, which no one is asking for. and that you're just having to find all these little sources of money from Minnesotans that affect their daily lives is terrible. And then on top of it, we're increasing energy costs on Minnesota. I believe the amount in the bill that is slated to go up for ratepayers, it was like sorry, I can't find it right now. I was thinking I was next on the list. There's an $8.1 million increase on assessments and utilities. $8.1 million, members. That's not coming from the utilities. That is coming from the ratepayers. So we are increasing energy costs on ratepayers, and we are increasing the cost of owning a boat. We are doing all that so we can subsidize people to get an electric vehicle. And members, it's crazy that we are giving a $2,500 credit for purchasing an electric vehicle and $500 for leasing or purchasing a used one. No one is asking for that, and yet you are constantly providing these incentives for policies that you want to do at the cost of regular Minnesotans' budgets. Minnesotans, if you ask them, would not want to subsidize wealthy people buying EVs so that you can raise the cost for their boat fee or their rates. That's not the trade-off most Minnesotans in my district would want, but yet they are going to deal with it. And there's so many other ways that we are increasing taxes. We're going to see home prices go up because of the regulations in this bill. We had this huge discussion of housing, and we are increasing taxes in the metro to provide more for housing. But we are simultaneously driving up the cost of housing by the mandates in this bill. And we're talking about how we can't afford all these different things, so we're going to increase the gas tax, possibly. Members, that comes out of our constituents' budgets. We don't need to have all these subsidies and mandates that keep driving up the cost of life for Minnesotans in their everyday lives. So that's the bigger point I want to make. But then I do want to talk a little bit about this focus on promoting and subsidizing electric vehicles when the grid is not ready for this. And it's not just because we don't have the battery storage, and I appreciate that there's a capacity storage provision to do a study in the bill. I think we need more studies on this issue, so I appreciate that. But it's really about the larger issue of how energy is priced. And I'm gonna, unfortunately, be a little over my skis here. But when I was in graduate school, I took a pretty intense class on energy pricing and regulation. And it was a long time ago, so I'm rusty. But the big idea of how energy pricing is currently structured is that there are higher prices for peak demand, which currently is in the daytime, right? So right now, ratepayers pay more if they're running their air conditioner, running their heater, all of that. If you're charging or doing things more in the day, that's priced at a higher level because they want to incentivize people to do high energy intensive activity at night. So run your dishwasher at night, lower your temperature on your air conditioning in the daytime, and then it cools the house off at night, that kind of thing. So we have structured our whole energy pricing system around this idea that it's more expensive in the day and less expensive at night. So there was a study that came out in Stanford I believe it originally came out last fall, but it was published again in March in a publication where I saw it. And so what they found is that with the current trajectory of growth in EVs and all of the incentives that you guys are injecting into the system to create demand for EVs, this is really going to have an adverse impact on the grid because most EVs, because of the pricing structure, are charged at night because that's when energy is cheaper. So we are incentivizing people to buy EVs, then we are incentivizing people by how we price energy to charge them at night, But that is actually, members, when less power is available because the sun doesn't shine and maybe the wind isn't blowing and we currently can't store all that energy. So we are harming the grid. And just to put it in a little context, I took some notes from the Stanford study. And it says that at the current rates, this will increase demand on the grid in just California by 25% by the year 2035. And this would necessitate, members, 5.4 gigawatts of additional energy storage, which is the equivalent of 5 large nuclear reactors. Members, we cannot structure our energy with this pricing, incentivize increased use of charging when we do not have the structure to even store it, but then we're also pricing it in a way that wants people to charge at night when we do not have the capacity. They talk about how this risks the grid not only for California, but for the Western US because they have a shared grid out there. So we have to address this issue of how we have current time of use rates in energy. And that's not addressed in this bill. It's not even studied in this bill. But so we're throwing out all these mandates and wanting to say we're doing good things, but we haven't changed the underlying pricing structure, and the alignment of incentives is really wrong. So just, I know I've talked about this already, but I wanted to leave another quote with you about this from this study. If I can find where I left it. The implications, so this is the finding of the study. The implication is that price signals are not aligned what would be best with the grid or for ratepayers. So members, until we have a much larger discussion about the energy pricing structure, throwing in all these incentives and mandates is honestly going to do more harm and hurt ratepayers even more. So I just urge you to take a step back. Let's have a broader conversation. I know on your side of the aisle, Representative Elkins has actually done a lot of work in this area. And I hope, Representative Elkins, that you will speak into this because this is a serious issue for ratepayers, for the stability of our grid, and this bill is doing nothing to address the underlying issue. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the conference committee report for House File 2310. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Elkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you for raising this issue, Representative Robbins. This is an issue that I actually do spend a fair amount of time studying as an EV owner myself, and signed up for an Xcel Energy peak-off-peak pricing plan. And having, queried the people at Xcel Energy about what is the mix of energy and the balance of grid capacity at night. It's true we are heavily incentivized to charge our cars at night, but the reason for that is that there is very little demand on the grid at night. The grid capacity is never taxed during the evening. And the vast majority of Xcel's baseload energy at night is nuclear and wind. There are times in the spring and the fall when the winds are particularly steady, where Xcel actually throttles down their nuclear, which isn't that easy to do because they're able to get all of the energy they need in the middle of the night strictly from wind. So this is, the way the pricing is done right now actually is very, very rational. You may know that, or may not know that I cut my teeth as a practicing economist in the airline industry in the 1980s, and was one of the pioneers of peak-off-peak pricing in the airline industry. So this is a topic I know quite a bit about. But to the contrary, we are on a whole home peak-off-peak plan, and my wife and I run our dishwasher when we go to bed at night. We run the clothes washer either night or weekends and run the dryer early in the morning. during the winter, spring, and fall. Literally 75% of our total energy use is off-peak in the middle of the night when the energy that's being consumed is largely clean energy, where there's little demand and little stress on the grid, and that is completely rational from an economics point of view. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be kind of directing my remarks mostly to the energy portions in the bill here today. So yeah, when I started, to review the bill last night, I had Mark and Amy kind of bring it to me, and first thing I did when I started reading is I couldn't help but exclaim, "Great Scott!" A lot of interesting things in this bill. So when I started going through it, my biggest thing that I came across, and that I will be talking about mostly here today, is that a lot of the proposals are highly illogical, and they don't make a lot of sense to what we should be doing for the state of Minnesota in regards to energy policy. And if we look at the numbers and the data on it, I mean, they speak for themselves. The increase that we're seeing in energy-related budget proposals this year is not a 10%, not a 50%, not a 100%, not a 250% increase. It's a 513% increase in energy. Now, one would think if we're going to increase that much spending into the state budget, that should be driving down the cost of electricity, making it more affordable and reliable for Minnesotans. Wrong. We're not doing that. So then I keep reading into the bill, and I'm looking at the RDA spending and what we're doing there. Members, what do you think again? How much percentage do you think we increase that? Not 50, not 100, not 500, not 1,000, but 2,286% more spending from the RDA fund this year. Those are staggering numbers. And again, I asked the question, is this doing anything to make electricity more affordable and more reliable for all Minnesotans? It's not doing that. So I'm going to start going through some of the proposals that are in this conference committee report in front of us today. The first being the electric school buses. I want to start by saying I got no problem with that. I think, you know what, it's a great idea. We're starting to see electric cars becoming very popular. But what I do have a problem with is how we're going to make those electric vehicles. The Vice President of the United States came to Minnesota a few months ago now to talk about how great electric buses are, all because they're made on the backs of labor and environmental regulations around the world. But if you keep reading the conference report, this is where it gets interesting, members. The electric buses that'll be given, the grant money that'll be given to school districts, the school districts have to involve the electric school bus as a part of their curricula. I love that idea, that's great. But it's going to be really awkward when you tell a room of fourth graders that kids that look just like them made the batteries for the bus. Shame on us. What a disgusting measure in this conference committee report. We want to talk about being leaders and doing things right. We're not doing anything right by this measure. I also want to talk about the solar incentives in the bill, because there's a lot of them. But there's something that rings in my head whenever I read about solar incentives and solar programs. It's the other message that solar and wind are the most affordable energy, and that's why we can build it out. Then why do we need to incentivize it? If it's the most affordable type of power, why are we spending taxpayer dollars on producing it? Instead, we could be spending taxpayer dollars on diversifying our energy portfolio, which is not in this bill, or in this conference committee report. Nothing for nuclear, nothing for biomass, nothing for carbon capture. It's a solar and wind provision bill to try and make the 2040 bill better. But it's not doing anything. So we're going to buy down solar, which we don't make or manufacture any solar here. We always talk about the facility that's just right outside my district, the Helene facility. The only reason they can make solar panels is because it all comes from China. And there is still the idea that there might be, the Chinese might put a ban on exporting solar wafers and ingots. Then every solar production facility in the United States, including the one right outside my district, would grind to a halt. So maybe that's why we need to have these solar subsidies, because solar's about to get a heck of a lot more expensive. There's another measure in this bill that wants to help to bring more clean economy and manufacturing to Minnesota. I love this idea. This is a great proposal. Except we're already losing these companies. In my district, the Talon mine is partnered with Tesla. Tesla wanted to come to Minnesota and build a battery manufacturing plant and build their cars here. You want to know where it's going now? North Dakota. Why? Because we're raising energy prices. Because we're not doing anything to address permitting and regulation reform. Because we're driving jobs out with things like paid family leave. So I really hope there's a provision in this bill, I didn't get far enough into it to read, that if in 2 years we can't find a company to give the money to, it goes back to the general fund, and then maybe we can buy down the cost of electricity and get some affordability and reliability. There was a good measure in here that I think is something that we can take a first step on, and that is the buy clean, buy fair. But we could have applied that to the entire bill. Right now, it's only applied to steel, rebar, and concrete. But everything we need for energy should be bought clean and bought fair. We should have that standard for ourselves. There's also $5 million in the conference committee report today for resiliency, something that is very deeply concerning to me. But the other part of resiliency isn't just building another connecting line here or another transmission line there or another transformer here. It's actually making sure we have a stable supply chain to be able to provide the components we need for a strong electrical grid. I would think most of the members in this room have a co-op inside their district or a muni. I want you to call them when we get done, we're back home in our districts, and ask how long a wait time it is to get a power line pole or a transformer. And if they can get one quicker than 6 months, I'll buy you a beer. Because they can't. They can't get them. But again, this is part of the resiliency thing. We need to be able to build these things out, but what do all these things require? The raw critical minerals to be able to build these things out. They're being shipped in from across the country or across the globe, and we can't get them fast enough. In fact, at the end of last summer in northern Minnesota, if we would have had one more large storm that knocked down a bunch of lines and blew transformers, we would have had sustained blackouts. That's how close we are, members, to having a really big problem on our hands. Representative Robbins was already sort of talking about it too, and the need for having that diversified energy portfolio, and I just want to emphasize on that again too. When you come from a region like the Iron Range in northern Minnesota, Minnesota Power is a great electric producer and a great company that serves and takes care of northern Minnesota. But 72 to 74% of their energy portfolio is made up by the mines and a few timber mills and paper mills. So this is where it gets very deeply concerning. Their baseload power comes from coal-based energy from the Boswell Energy Center right outside my district in Cohasset, Minnesota. Now, outside of the Energy and Environment Bill Conference Committee report that we have in front of us today, we have done things that have made it harder for business to operate in the state of Minnesota. So if any of those, I think it's between 11 and 13 companies decide to idle because the state of Minnesota has made it impossible for them to do business, where does that cost shift back to? From having, 150 megawatts taken out of monthly service. That shifts back to the consumers, which is the co-ops, which is the people of northern Minnesota, the people of our entire state. Rising electricity rates. But for what? If we want to achieve this 2040 goal that was signed into law a few months ago, this bill isn't helping us get there. I tried bringing a provision on the House floor for markup to try and get it done in conference around making biomass carbon-free under state statute. Something that would make a lot of sense to help out our smaller munis and our timber producers across the state. I hate to say it, but the Senate got it right because they added it to the bill. It has now disappeared. Once again, another session goes by without any movement on carbon capture, while the states around us are making multi-million-dollar investments in putting carbon capture to use to lower their carbon footprint, provide jobs, and make themselves the most competitive states they possibly can. It's almost weekly we're hearing about more future investments in North Dakota that are going to be utilizing their affordable and reliable power that'll be next to carbon neutral. Minnesota's going to get left behind. We need to change course. You know, the green bank provision was really interesting to me as well. And I first thought, you know, I try to think positive and optimistic on things. When I was looking at the green bank, I'm like, okay, maybe that'll be a way for us to incentivize and help partner with communities to build things out in Minnesota, provide jobs, provide workforce, provide family wages, all good things. But the more I thought about it, the green bank will be investing in technologies that are green. Well, if those technologies are going to be coming from places around the world, the green bank will be directly investing in things that we in this chamber do not stand for. The Green Bank of Minnesota will be investing in no environmental regulations in places around the world. The Green Bank will be investing in no labor regulations around the world. The Green Bank will be investing in things that require a larger carbon footprint to get across an ocean than it would do to make it here. And once again, the state of Minnesota has indicated that we are going to contradict ourselves in this philosophy that we are becoming carbon neutral and we are taking care of the environment because it is a pressing issue. Now, I want to say, I stand in agreement that we need to make sure that we are doing the best to take care of our environment. I've said it before and I've said it again, you'll find no better example of people that take care of their environment than the people of my community, because we live synonymously with the nature around us. Whether it be the lakes we live on, the rivers, the woods we recreate in, it is incredibly important to us. And we want to preserve that for the next generation. But preserving it for the next generation by drafting policy that's going to increase the cost of electricity and increase demand from places around the world that aren't on the same track as us, why would we reward that behavior? Why would we do such a thing? And that's why I think it was so interesting that the conference committee report today was two things put together. It was environment and energy. So we could have put a bunch of permitting and regulation reform in there. We could have totally eliminated the cumulative impacts. We could have done things to make Minnesota, when you talk to a site inspector, they would say, oh, Minnesota, that's a top 5 state to put a business. Minnesota's in the bottom 5. We aren't competitive. It's really frustrating to have to sit here and say so many negative things about a piece of legislation, because that's really not who I am. My friends and family give me a hard time that I'm too optimistic at times. But maybe it's the fact that we've been down here having the same conversations for 3 weeks, or maybe it's just the fact that it's, you know, we're at the point where someone needs to call a spade a spade. This bill is bad. There's nothing we can be proud of in this. And again, there was no Republicans on the conference committee. So how the heck are we, on this side of the aisle, the Republicans, supposed to sit here and honestly say, yeah, this is a great bill. We can go home and tell our constituents that the state of Minnesota is working for their best interests to keep energy affordable and reliable, to take care of their environment, but also to make sure that their environment is well used to provide the jobs that are needed around it? It's not there. And we wonder why there's an urban metro divide. Because we pass bills like this. Because we passed bills that totally left 48% of Minnesota out. And I understand, and the power generation needs and the environment needs are different in Minneapolis, St. Paul than they are in Hibbing, Minnesota. I fully respect that. But then let's make targeted approaches and stop doing blanket policy. The need for electricity is only going to rise. Whether it be heat pumps, whether it be electric vehicles, everything in our lives is becoming electrified. But the bill today in front of us is only incentivizing 2 forms of power to be able to get us into the future, to be able to power that increased demand. And until you can tell me how solar and wind are going to be able to sustain hundreds of megawatts at a time, we are in deep trouble. And if we're not going to be able to pay for it here, we're going to have to pay for it from the states around us. And that increased rate of electricity on our consumers, on our residents, on our taxpayers, and our constituents is just that. It's a tax increase. And there's plenty of tax increases in these other conference committee reports, so I don't know why we'd put one in this. We can do better. So, Mr. Speaker, members, we could have had a better conference committee report today. We could have passed a bill that made Minnesotans feel like they had affordable and reliable power. And we could have passed a bill that the Minnesotans in my neck of the woods, who have a natural resources-based economy, could have known they could have utilized it. And we did none of those things. Vote no.
Further discussion on repassage of the conference committee report for House File 2310. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, unfortunately, this bill doesn't make energy more affordable. You know, yesterday I stood up and talked about how we're exporting jobs and we're even exporting staff members and workers. It makes it unreliable and it's less safe. You know, one of the things that Representative Eigel talked about, and I totally forgot about this until he mentioned it, is about the transformer situation. In our community, we had a business which whenever you can get a business on a border that's expanding, you're like, wow, it's been years. But they needed to add a transformer. And the only reason they could get that transformer is the night before there was a storm and they asked for emergency and the transformer came down from Kansas or Oklahoma or someplace. It was an addition and the power company just tied it into the storm and that's how they finally got that transformer. And if we don't build wealth in this state by growing businesses, we see the exit of taxes. Representative Farr, who's not here today, right now, but he talked about this 2 days ago. When your expenditures, which the state is increasing by 40%, and you don't have the revenue to do it because you're kicking out the revenue, which is small job creators and their workers, you run into these challenges. Also, you know, I find it ironic that we hear from the majority that solar's cheaper. Then why do we subsidize it? Why are we subsidizing solar if it's cheaper? It doesn't make sense. You subsidize something that's not working. And that's not always a good idea because if it's not working, it's most likely broke. You know, that's why businesses and individuals don't take that risk. We have such an awesome resource up in northern Minnesota. If we're going subsidized solar, why don't we then pull the minerals safely from our environment instead of across the world where they just destroy the environment? Why don't we do that? It doesn't make sense that we don't use that. I think it was about 4 years ago. I know Representative Hansen was with me and Representative Fabian that time. I was on the Environment Committee, which I love the committee, by the way. It's a fun committee. A little better than Legacy, but we won't tell the chair on that, okay, Representative Lily? But on a serious note, we were up on the Iron Range, and it was the first time that I ever got to see them with these open minds. And when Representative Fabian, Chair Fabian, put the two prongs together and poosh, I said, they're farming rocks. Where we farm soil back in our district out on that hump, bump, tip, elbow, nose. So it is, if we're going subsidized solar, let's put in this bill to safely get minerals the right way, and that's up in the Iron Range. Another big concern about the solar panels that we have, these solar yards, I find it funny that there's solar farms. Farms you grow. That's what farms do, you grow. I mean, I've been in rural Minnesota all my life. You can't grow glass or plastic, you construct it. So I think the definition of solar farm is definitely misleading. But these solar yards, kind of like, I won't go there. But anyways, the challenge that we have, and I have heard this just in the last month from folks in Traverse County, Wilkin County, Grant County, they're quite concerned about taking valuable farmland away. And what happens after 20 years? What happens after 20 years? Are we going to see like a asbestos thing? Because these wealthy corporations, out-of-state corporations who are building these farms That's what the other side calls. I call them yards. After 20 years, do they just declare bankruptcy and leave the state? So us property taxpayers, like in Traverse County, we have a whopping 3,200 people is stuck with the bill. So I think we need, not I think, we need to address that. And I'll leave this from, this really summarizes it. It's a quote from Top Gun, the first movie, and this is how I really see this. It's really true. What we're seeing from the majority in this bill, especially on the energy side, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. And that is so true. We've seen this night after night. I was coming in this morning, and I was talking to my wife last night. I said, yeah, we're going to have groundhog again tomorrow. What do you mean? We're going to get up, we'll go on the house floor, they'll listen to us talk, nothing gets adopted, and then we do it again. So you all on the majority, and I have some good colleagues, friends over there, but your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. And Minnesotans, it's your body. That's what's so alarming, and especially going to hurt greater Minnesota. So vote no. It's the right thing to do. Thank you, members.
Further discussion on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for House File 2310. I recognize Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Wow, this bill certainly makes life more expensive for Minnesotans. I really appreciated Representative Igo's comments there. The United States of America, its grid cannot operate off of wind and solar. It just cannot. And you're going to prove that it's not going to work in Minnesota. And it's going to be really expensive. And this bill right here makes life even more expensive for Minnesotans. At a time when we have a $17.5 billion surplus, it's unjustifiable to be driving up costs and making life more unaffordable for Minnesotans. This bill makes energy in Minnesota unaffordable, unreliable, and certainly less safe. We even tried offering an amendment on another bill, and please don't rule me out of order because I'm building my case here. It has everything to do with this bill, but months ago, I remember Representative Igo offered an amendment on the floor to at least protect our ability to burn wood in our fireplaces. And I had some members over there on the other side tell me, no, you're still going to be able to do that. Don't worry about it. But I wanted it in writing. I wanted it in writing because this last winter, the power went out at my house for 37 hours. And we had to set up shop at my household in the kitchen. Because in the kitchen, we got an old brick fireplace. And we fired up the fireplace, went out, got a bunch of wood. The kids helped me. We had a great time. But it was the only way I could heat my home for 37 hours. Boy, you get a blackout or a brownout in Minnesota, it can be scary, right? It can be scary. I believe it was 5 below zero at that time when that happened. And the energy company did a great job of restoring everybody's power. Crowing power went out, and man, they busted their butts. Took them 37 hours to get power to my home, but man, it was a massive storm. I was impressed how fast they were at restoring power to my home. So it can be a scary thing. And this bill is about more mandates, and we've spoken a lot on this side of the aisle this session about government mandates. This bill is about more bureaucratic power, bureaucratic power. It's a tough word to say. And this bill is about taking more money out of the pockets of hard-working taxpayers. This bill is about empowering the magic money tree of government spending. And we all know where that spending comes from. The hard-working man and woman who spend countless hours in honorable effort earning their money and earning their wages. And the government just keeps taking more and more taxes, more and more mandates, mandates on taxpayers, mandates on homeowners, mandates on housing providers. The list goes on and on and on. And the trifecta seems to be completely okay with this. Government. Government will take care of you. Government will be your savior. This bill imposes expensive mandates on utilities, with the costs borne by utility ratepayers, building owners, housing providers, and other businesses, resulting in increased costs in building construction and rent. I can remember the day when a 2x4 cost you 97 cents. Some of you sitting in this room are probably thinking, I can remember a 2x4 cost you 49 cents. Well, not long ago, a 2x4 was like $9 a board, I think, or $10 a board. I don't know what it is today. I haven't checked. $4 or $5, maybe more. This bill makes energy in Minnesota less affordable, less reliable, and less safe while imposing utility mandates that will increase costs to taxpayers and ratepayers through an over-reliance on intermittent, unreliable, expensive sources of energy. It green shames businesses. It provides electric vehicles for the rich. What are we doing? We're going to provide electric vehicles for the rich, not low-income families. Democrats want to give millionaires in Minnesota $2,500 for purchasing an electric vehicle, and $500 for the lease or purchase of a used vehicle. Yes, that is crazy. We're subsidizing expensive vehicles for the rich, not low-income folks. This is not a good bill, and that's why I'm going to be voting no. This is an expensive bill, and that's why I'm going to be voting no. And Minnesotans are hurting financially. But we're entertaining the thought of giving them a $250, $260, $275, I've heard different numbers, right around there, $250, $260 check. Here you go. You know, I got 7 kids, and if I take my wife and 7 kids out to eat, depending on the restaurant, that check is gone. Poof, that's right, gone. Here you go, this will help you out, Minnesota. When we've got a $17.5 billion surplus, we're increasing tax. $52 billion budget increased to a $72 billion budget, 40% increase, 43, sorry. And we're moving towards a $100 billion budget at lightning speed. In Minnesota, that's what we're moving towards, folks, a $100 billion budget. It's time for us to wake up. When does the spending stop? When do the increases stop? And I don't know what you're thinking, but I just can't help, and maybe I'll get ruled out of order for saying this, I don't know, but this is just what's burning in my heart. Just a thought I'm wrestling with. Are we trying to move towards socialism? Wow, some of the looks on your faces just, well, I'll move on. Well, I will say this. There's only one way that you can hold a nation accountable for socialism, and it's not through a representative democracy, and it's not through a constitutional republic. There's only one way you can enforce socialism, and that's through communism. You know, keep laughing. It's fine. We're doing this at a time when Minnesota struggles. You know, Ronald Reagan said this. I love Ronald Reagan. I hope many in this room do love Ronald Reagan. Man, he was a very popular president. You know, in 1984, he won all 50, no, he didn't win all 50 states. Wait, there was one state he didn't win. But I think he won the rest of them. I'll let you figure out which state didn't vote for him. Ronald Reagan, one of my childhood heroes, said this: "Government is not a solution to our problem. Government is the problem." I'll repeat that. Government is not a solution to our problem. Government is the problem. Government does not solve problems, he said. It subsidizes them. The government's view of the economy could be summed up in a few short phrases, he went on to say. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. If it stops moving, subsidize it. And he went on to say, the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that government spends too much. Are we spending too much? Heck yeah, we are. Come on. Heck yes, we are. Our last budget was $52 billion, and that wasn't enough. $72 billion, I'll bring it up again. We are screaming towards a $100 billion budget. When will enough be enough? I've brought up the two philosophies in this chamber that I've seen here. Government will take care of you and solve all your problems, so we got to tax you more. All the while, fraud's going on, $250 million worth of fraud here, $100 million worth of fraud there. I can't wait to hear about the next fraud that's coming, as Representative Dowd alluded to. I haven't talked to him about that yet. See, wherever you have a bunch of government handouts and not enough accountability, you know what you're going to find? You're going to find fraud. You're going to find waste of taxpayers' money. And we're certainly doing that. But Reagan's philosophy was this: let's ease the burden of the small business owner. Let's ease the burden of the hardworking man and woman in this country. Let's bless them. Let's protect their right to go out and work hard with their hands. Reagan's idea was, let's pass policies that prosper and empower business. And that's exactly what he did. Of course, then the next administration came in, and, well, I won't go there. That's what we need to do here in Minnesota. And Reagan brought up the fact that if the economy is booming, which right now it is not, if the economy is booming, that's actually going to bring in more tax dollars. But that's not the philosophy of this 93rd legislature in the majority. So, folks, let's bring sanity to this body. Let's bring sanity to the 93rd legislature. Let's ease the burden off of taxpayers. And let's do what Minnesota wants us to do. Let's bless our economy. Let's help out hardworking men and women. Let's give them energy that is affordable, reliable, and safe. I hope you'll join me in that effort. Please vote no on this bill.
Further discussion on repassage of the Conference Committee report for House File 2310. I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about two issues today. I haven't heard this one addressed yet. In Minnesota, we have a minnow shortage. I know that this is going to seem trivial to a lot of you, but trust me, there's a lot of fishermen in Minnesota that this affects. When I was here in 2017, 2018, I sat on the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. And at that time, that was a big issue. We brought a bill to try to get minnow importation in the state of Minnesota. And, you know, I hear a lot from the other side that, you know, we're one of only 27 states or one of only 15 states that don't do a certain thing. We're one of 2 states that don't allow minnow importation in the state of Minnesota. I think Maine is the other one. And the fear is that we're going to bring in invasive species and that, even though, and I don't know if anything has been brought forward since I was on the committee, but in 2018, there was not one instance that could be traced back to minnow importation of any state that imported minnows. So I don't know what the fear is there. In 2017, 2018, the problem was pretty severe. It's only gotten worse. The minnows right now, I've spoken to a couple bait dealers up there. They're going as high as $12 a dozen. That's $1 a minnow. Imagine that. And this year, where I live, the ice didn't go off my lake until about 6 days before fishing opener. And I have one of the early lakes in my area that the ice goes off. So the Cass Lake is the bigger lake. And I think that was about 2 or 3 days before fishing opener that the ice finally went off that lake. And what that means is the water temperature is too high for the minnows to run. And with that, they don't get out to farm or to harvest the minnows until later, so that the minnow supply on opener was very, very short. And you know, I've got, this is my 23rd year owning the resort. I've got people there that are on their 3rd and 4th generation coming there. One of my cabins this year had a grandfather, his son, and now I saw a couple of 13, 14-year-old kids in the cabin. So I think that's 4 generations. I didn't go up and ask them, but you know, that's a great family history. And this is in jeopardy right now because we can't import minnows. We've tried to get the bills passed, and every year we've been thwarted. The fear of the invasive species. There's been bills introduced in previous years that said we'll only import them from places that are secure, that have a certificate of health for these minnows. Trying to work with the DNR on this, and they fought us at every step. This year, there was a bill in the Senate that was actually adopted by the Senate that we could import minnows with a license given by the Commissioner of Natural Resources. This bill was authored, I believe, by a marine biologist in the Senate. I think he would know what he's talking about. And there was a lot of hope in the community that this could finally get across the finish line. When this conference committee resolution was released, I looked at the summary and I thought, hey, the minnow provision is in there. We got it across the finish line. And then I read the bill. You know, we've seen amendments passed off this floor, some unanimously, that make it into the final bill that we pass off the floor. And then in some dark room, they get yanked out of there. And some might conclude, not me, some might conclude that it's just to get it out of the headlines, to get it into a room, pull it out, debate's over, we're not going to deal with that anymore. Well, again, this minnow provision was passed out of the Senate in a great format, very safe precautions done that we wouldn't be importing any invasive species. I mean, my business relies heavily on the water. I don't want to see any of these flying carp or whatever the heck they are coming to my lake. I've seen some of the videos where the water skiers get hit in the head with a carp that jumps out of the water. It's kind of funny, but I don't think I'd want to be one of those water skiers. But what came out of the conference committee was much different. What came out of the conference committee was the commissioner may adopt emergency rules allowing importation of minnows from other states. Let's say that again. The commissioner may adopt emergency rules allowing importation from other states. These are the people that have been fighting us for years on this. Do you think they're going to let us get these harvest permits? Rumor has it, I can't confirm it, but the rumor has it that these people have already been saying they will not do this. They will not create that emergency rule. So one might conclude, again, not me, that this was pulled out with that language added with a wink and a nod. I just want to be clear that the voters, I want to be clear with the voters that if you're not allowed to buy minnows, or if you're lucky enough to find minnows and pay $1 a minnow, and that the commissioner doesn't find it as an emergency, that he's not going to implement this emergency rule, that power lies with one person, the commissioner. So, members, the second thing I want to talk about is, it's been mentioned here previously, the watercraft registration fees increases. I just want to run through a couple of these. Non-motorized watercraft longer than 10 feet. Members, those are kayaks and canoes. They don't really put a whole lot of pressure on the boat landings, on any of the resources. They don't pollute the water. But they are going up by 120%. Yeah, that's a lot of money, 120%. Pleasure crafts less than 17 feet. These are the small little red fishing boats that you see that your grandpa might have with a little motor that goes putt-putt on the back. I used to rent those at the resort. Nobody really wants to rent them anymore. They want the bigger boats with the bigger motors and the live well and the GPS depth finder and all that fun stuff. But these boats are going up 100%. The little red fishing boats that go putt-putt, 100%. And then you got your standard fishing boats, the 17 to 19 foot. They're going up 119%. Now, here's the good one. Pontoons. Pleasure craft between 19 and 26 feet. Now, members, I live on a lake. I see this. My business has more pontoons on it than fishing boats. And this is the fastest growing population of boat owners out there is pontoon boats. 151% for your boat registrations this year. It's going up. You know, we've got 17. You've heard it many times tonight, folks, and I think the number's closer to 19 or 20 billion, with the exception. You know, we added that amendment where we factor in inflation, so it sounds better, so you can spend it easier. Close to $20 billion. You're raising taxes by another 8-10 billion. And then the news came out yesterday, I think, that you're looking at raising gas taxes. Holy buckets, folks. I don't know what you're trying to do to people that are out there just trying to have some fun. You know, the sport fishing industry, every one of these things that I've talked to you about here today, the gas tax, the minnows, the watercraft license fees, the sport fishing, the watercraft, my business, recreational outdoors business, it's really impacting that. And I just want to say, you know, Minnesotans, we're fighting for you down here. It's up to us to bring this to your attention and let your representatives know. I don't get a lot of fishermen from my district. They come from yours. So just to let you know, you're impacting your district as well. So thank you.
Further discussion on the repassage of the conference committee report of House File 2310. I recognize the member from Roseau, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill, it's just going to make life more expensive for Minnesotans. Makes energy less affordable, more unreliable, and less safe. But beyond that, maybe before I tear the bill apart, there's a few good things in the bill. And I want to thank Chair Hansen for including my portable deer stand provision in this bill. It took 3 years to get that done, but thankful that that is in the bill. Along with the removal of the ban on wolf hunting in my district, that's a big issue, as well as the changes that were proposed in elk management, particularly Kitson County and Marshall County, where the Kitson herd and the Grigla herds are managed. Glad to see that we're going to have more conversation up in my area on how elk are managed with the DNR rather than have something imposed from above. As Representative Heinzman mentioned earlier, the boat access money, the fish hatchery monies, there are some good things in the environment portion of this bill. Representative Schultz mentioned in his speech much earlier before we recessed about the cumulative impact statements for permitting. And I want to really focus most of my comments on that, on the energy portion of the bill. And in particular, as a member who has border county with North Dakota, and many of our members have discussed, I know Representative Backer, Representative Joy, many others in our caucus have counties that adjoin North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Wisconsin. But in my case, in particular, it's North Dakota. And I'll reference you back about a year. It was last year sometime. We lost a $400 million agribusiness project, a soy crush plant, due to the mainly just dragging feet on air permits. And this was prior to what we're proposing now in this bill, this cumulative impact study. And I know that, thankfully, as I said, some of the provisions have been scaled back, and we're seeing a situation now where it's 7-county metro and whatnot. But prior to even talking about cumulative impact, we lost a $400 million soybean meal processing plant in North Dakota, which moved from Crookston to Grand Forks and took 50, 60 jobs with it. Small communities up in my area in northwest Minnesota can't afford to lose 50 to 60 jobs. You're talking about roughly $5 million worth of payroll. And the impacts to the school districts, to the property tax situations in my area of the state, you just don't make that up. And once those businesses are gone, they're gone. And directly from the investors in that project, they said, I'm quoting them, with our investor pool, it became clear that without a path forward, we need to look at an alternative site. And we think we've found that in Grand Forks. And I can tell you for a fact, folks, in my area, whether it's the beet farmers, who I've talked to directly, if they look to expand, if they look to move, to hire more people for jobs in our area, they don't do it in northwest Minnesota. They go across the border, and those jobs go with them, and that revenue goes with them, and that property tax base goes with them. So due to this grindingly slow regulatory process that will only be exacerbated by what we're proposing to pass today, we lost a ton of well-paying jobs, millions of dollars of investment, and frankly, our local schools are going to suffer for it with declining enrollment already. Disappointing. A project that had been in place for roughly 4 years just moved to Grand Forks on a whim. Couldn't wait any longer. Can't afford to keep losing jobs like that where I live. Can't afford that huge loss of investment. Can't afford to lose any more kids in our schools. The cumulative impact situation it might only affect 7-county metro now, but in the long run, it's just going to cost us all. I also have a real problem with a particular provision that came to my attention, and I didn't really recognize it till our researcher brought it to my attention here just before I got up. But if you turn to page 300 of the bill, There's a $7 million, and there's just, I'm sure if we dug deep enough, we'd find all over situations like this. But there's a $7 million appropriation for grants to cooperatives to invest in green fertilizer production facilities. I'm assuming, I don't remember hearing this in ag. I think this might just be a Senate provision. But a one-time appropriation of $7 million to invest in green fertilizer production facilities. And when you go to page 431 of the bill, and I'd ask the chair to yield, but I don't think it really matters. The bill is going to pass today. We're just spending money. The Commissioner of Ag, go to page 431, 1.17. The Commissioner of Ag must develop criteria and scoring procedures for evaluating and awarding the grants. The maximum grant award for the cooperative, or a cooperative, but it looks like the cooperative in my mind, is $7 million. So we got a $7 million appropriation, and the maximum grant amount is for $7 million, and up to 5% of the amount in paragraph A may be used by the Department of Ag to administer the section. I don't know why the Department of Ag would need up to 5% to administer a $7 million grant one time, and maybe it's not one time. But in any case, there's egregious examples over and over again of wasteful spending in this bill. Just disappointing all around. What we've seen this whole session is spend money, create mandates, regulate businesses, drive jobs out of the state. A number of our members, I think somebody mentioned today, I'm a big 80s music fan myself. And I've heard the Police, I heard Roxanne brought up. It brings to mind a song. I'm a big Police fan, I'm a big Sting fan. He's something of a poet, if you want to ask me. But he had a song called Wrapped Around Your Finger back in the day. And the first line and the last line of that song intrigued me in the environment we're in right now. The first song talks about Scylla and Charybdis, and if you know your Greek mythology, you know what that's all about. And Odysseus, of course, had to navigate his way between those two landmines in the sea. Scylla being the rocks, Charybdis being the whirlpool. And he was advised by the gods to avoid Charybdis for fear that he'd lose his whole ship and his whole crew. And so he took and went towards Scylla. Of course, the ship hits the rocks. He doesn't lose his whole crew, but he loses his ship. That's kind of what our businesses are having to navigate these days, folks. In particular, Epitome Energy up in Crookston. They decided not to play in our sea here in Minnesota, and that's my fear. Our businesses have to navigate the mandates, they have to navigate the expense, they have to navigate higher energy costs, electricity costs. I'm afraid they're just going to not play in our sea. They're just going to put their boats in a different sea. And I don't blame them. Thankfully for our farmers in Northwest Minnesota, the 20-cent bump on basis on their soybeans, they'll still probably capture that. But for the folks in Crookston who don't get those 50, 60 jobs, for the school districts in that area, they're going to struggle. The last line of that song, it's kind of interesting. It says, I will turn your face to alabaster, and then you'll find your servant is your master. I think it's incumbent on us to remember as public servants that we're not the people's master here. And sadly, that's why I can't vote for this bill. The mandates are crushing. The costs on our businesses are excruciating, and they're going to leave us. Our job creators are going to leave us. Vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion on the repassage of the Conference Committee report for House File 2310. I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I sat on the Energy Committee, and this was actually, I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot. As a freshman, this has been a very interesting topic to myself. For many of the members in here, you probably wouldn't know this, but in 2008, I had kidney cancer, and that led me to a path of really thinking about what's in our environment, what's in our homes, the chemicals around us, and really taking a different path of looking for other options. So the environment has always been very important to me. This is something that I do in my background with sales. And I try to help people eliminate chemicals in their homes with their cleaners. That's what I do personally in my own life. So this has been I would say, a very passionate subject to me. I teach people about this. And then what I see so differently is in my life and through sales and promoting having a better environment, I promote education. I promote changing minds and hearts of people. And they come along willingly because once they're educated and they know there's a different way, a better way that makes sense, they want to be a part of that. What doesn't work with human nature, what doesn't work with people in general, and I think most people can relate this with having children, disciplining children, is when you come down really hard, authoritarian on people, and you say it's my way or the highway, you give no options, you mandate, you say I know better than everyone else, you are not convincing anyone to change their behavior. And that's what I have seen happen this entire session. I have not seen coming through rational debate and people looking at options. I have not seen the market of ideas winning. I have not seen this happen. So on a positive note, there was one win that I did see that I was very, very happy to see included in the energy bill, and it was with the RDA funds. And this is a story, I believe, where we saw two entities, which was the Prairie Island Tribe community and also Xcel Energy, came together at a table, had negotiations. Now, these are two entities that have a lot of history and a background, and these were, I'm assuming, difficult subjects for them to talk about. As everyone probably remembers, but President Johnny Johnson came and he spoke very eloquently to us about the past, about how the Prairie Island tribe is located just, I think it was like 700 yards from Xcel Energy. So this has been a situation that the state of Minnesota has been dealing with for a very long time. And I just want to say this is kudos. This is kudos to two entities that have not agreed in the past, who came to a table, talked, discussed, heard each other out, came to an agreement, and they made a proposal that both sides could agree with. So for that, I say kudos. That really is what we want to see happen. And then on the opposite end, here we are in the state of Minnesota, where we have this one-party control government who has continually shut out the other side, who has acted like the authoritarian figure and has just demanded, not just on the other party, because let's remember, they only have the complete one-party rule by 321 votes on one Senate seat. This isn't a 70-30 state. This isn't a deep blue state. This is a very, very purple state, 50-50. And again, we have seen half of Minnesotans left out of the conversation. It's disappointing to me to see this energy bill coming through. And even though I am very passionate about the environment, I'm very passionate about us doing the right thing. I think most members are. I think there's a way that you can do the right thing and you can sell it to the public through education without demanding, without doing this the way that they've chosen to do this. In one of my other committees, I recommended that we should look at government as a business. And I actually was scoffed at. I was. And the members said, this is government. I think the Minnesota taxpayers would like to run government like a business. And what does that mean? That means that we look at everything from a 50,000-foot view. That we don't go into every situation and approach it, it's my way or the highway. A business, running government like a business is balancing money. It's not overspending. It's being responsible. That's not happening in this energy bill. We are Minnesota state representatives. And I'm just going to take one subject, and that would be solar. And I've spoken on this floor before about the absolute dangerous path that we are taking by taking away rich, fertile, black farmland. This is Minnesota. We are one of the top states for agriculture. Of course, this is not a federal level government. But again, if we could back up to that 50,000-foot view, the United States should be putting solar in areas of desert, in areas of land that is not productive to agriculture. And believe me, in the United States, there is plenty of land where solar and wind could go that is not harming our agriculture. This is a reasonable recommendation, members, and it is so confusing, I think not only to myself, but to 90% of Minnesota, to not understand the harmful effects of your energy policy on our agriculture. We need to run this like a business. If a business is being productive in one area, you don't just take out that productivity from your business. You can expand, but you would do it smart. I have talked about putting solar over blacktop. I have talked about putting solar on rooftops. And this just doesn't make sense. I don't know how else to explain it. It doesn't make sense. When the Democrats put as one of their #1 priorities for the 2040 bill, the carbon-free energy bill to pass, Minnesota, do you know why we did that so fast, so quick here in the chambers and put that in law? Well, I know probably everyone in this chamber has figured it out, but I don't know if Minnesota has. They had to rush through the 2040 carbon plan, put it through in law, so then every other bill that came through the Energy Committee was justified. You see, we couldn't have open discussions about cost, about better options than solar and wind. We couldn't have these discussions because it simply came down to they had to do it to meet their 2040 energy plan, which already went into law. Didn't I know that? Members, didn't you know that? This was not by chance. This was very strategic. And then every other bill that came through the Energy Committee, millions and millions and millions. We have to do it. We can't discuss this, right? We have to do this. We have to pass this. We have no other choice. We have a 2040 energy plan, Minnesota. One of the bills that came through my committee was from Representative Lislegard, and it's a transmission line that goes from Minnesota to North Dakota. I'll just give a little background. I've learned a lot being on the Energy Committee. It's very, very interesting to me. So I don't know if Minnesotans know that we're part of the MISO grid. And I did hand out a sheet so every member could have this. And I know you've seen this before, members, but I'm really hoping today's the day that we really, really look at this and we really analyze it. Because this is important stuff. The MISO grid, this is the fuel mix that's coming from 15 states. 15. So Minnesota, you are drawing our energy, we are drawing our energy here in Minnesota from 15 states. I didn't know that. I don't know if many people in Minnesota knew that. 15 states. And on here it shows, because I wanted to make sure it was relevant for today, and I actually, even if you look at the time, it was at 11:35. I didn't want to do it when it was dark out. I wanted to make sure it was light out, that we were pulling solar. You know, I wanted to be a fair representation. So out of our energy today, it was like at 11:30, 3.5% of the energy on the grid is coming from solar. 12% is coming from wind. 69% is coming from coal and natural gas. The two things that the majority party has decided that Minnesota can no longer have. 69%. Does that seem alarming to anyone? Solar in Minnesota just does not make sense. Again, we have snow. We have snow. We do have snow. We have snow, everyone. And the solar panels, oftentimes in the winter, are covered in snow unless someone physically goes out and cleans them off. That's really a problem. And yet we are pushing solar like this is some sort of drugs, I don't know. Like we're addicted to it. Solar is not a good option for Minnesota. And it's not because I don't care about the environment. It's because I can look at facts. Solar is not a good option for Minnesota. Put solar all day long in Nevada, Arizona, all of these other places that do not have rich, fertile farmland. Go for it. Put it there. Let's talk about wind. What's the life expectancy of the wind turbines? Anyone? Hold up fingers. Life expectancy of wind turbines. 20 years. All right, we got a winner. Thank you, Representative Weens. We got a winner. Turbines, 20 years. Members, I know this is so hard to think about facts. Average life expectancy, 80 years. Look at how big those wind turbines are. You're going to replace those 4 times in one person's life? I thought you like recycling. Anyone like recycling? I do. Anyone like recycling? I do. Yeah, thanks. You can't recycle wind turbines. Did you know that? Did you know that? What? You can't recycle wind turbines. Has anyone seen how big those are? Wow, that just doesn't seem very green. Does that seem green to you? Anyone? 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 I don't think that seems very green. So we are embracing carbon-free energy? This doesn't make sense. This energy bill doesn't make sense. You know, I have no doubts that you care about the environment and that you care about the energy. That you want us to do better, that you want us to go carbon-free. I have no doubts about that, and I think actually most people on this side agree too. Everyone? Do you want reliable energy? Yeah. Do you want affordable energy? Yeah. Do you want safe energy? Oh yeah, we got cheering going on over here. Why are we embracing wind and solar, which has failed in other areas? Please, someone explain it to me. You know what the energy of the future is? What is the energy of the future? I don't know, he's ignoring me over there, but I could ask him to rise for a question. What is the future energy? Google nuclear Europe. All right, members, you can do it. Everyone with me. Google nuclear energy in Europe. And you know what? You are going to see story after story after story how Europe, guess what? They're ahead of us. So Europe is going nuclear. This is after many areas already tried the wind and tried the solar, and it failed. So many people looking at their phones, ignoring facts. Europe is going nuclear. Europe is going nuclear. Well, let's see. Who else is going nuclear? Okay, well, I lost it. It was on my phone. But there was a story right here, I believe. Actually, he left. I was going to ask Representative Garofalo to rise for a question. So there's something called, okay, you might want to Google this too. This is the energy of the future, if we care about energy. I don't know. I thought this was the energy bill, so I thought we cared about it. But the energy of the future is small, modular, nuclear reactors. Oh, you got it? Madam Speaker, could I have Representative Meeklin answer a question?
He will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Meekland, I am new to the Energy Committee and I am learning as fast as I can, but I know you are a little more versed in some of these things. And could you please give us a little bit more information of what you know about nuclear reactors? I'm going to give you, nuclear reactors, where are they being used, and is this the future of energy?
Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Altendorf, unfortunately in Minnesota it doesn't seem to be the new future because we have a moratorium that doesn't permit it. There is, I believe it's in Wyoming, there's, I think it's a Bill Gates co-investment to look at micro-nuclear generation. And I think you were starting to touch on an article. X-Energy and Dow have coupled together for a site down on the Gulf Coast to do pretty much the same thing with this new micro-nuclear. It's far more efficient, uses way less fuel. It's modular, so you can buy as many units as you want and stack them together. It would be actually an excellent fit at the Sherco site. But this is, it should be the direction. It is 100% carbon-free. So I think that answers your question, Representative Altendorf.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Meekland. That was my question. I think this is really important for us to know because on the 2040 carbon energy bill, Minnesota, we have a moratorium that we cannot expand nuclear. And on that 2040 energy plan, which is all record, so I hope Minnesotans take a look at that. The Republicans offered an amendment. We offered an amendment to take away the moratorium on nuclear. Guess how that vote went, Minnesota? The majority party voted no. The majority party voted lockstep no to lifting the moratorium on nuclear when Europe is going towards nuclear energy because that is carbon-free energy. Other states in America that don't have this stranglehold on the government, they are exploring and expanding, and they are putting in nuclear reactors, small modular nuclear reactors. Why? Because nuclear is the future of carbon-free energy. Minnesota, the majority party is pushing through bill after bill after bill of millions and billions of dollars that's going to cost the state of Minnesota to move towards their 2040 energy plan. We don't really know if we're going to get there because in my committee, we had a testifier said we didn't know if we were going to be able to get there, but they testified in committee that we just have to have faith. We just have to have faith. Actually, I think if we were looking at energy like a business and not special interest groups that we have to pay back political favors, I think we would be looking at every option on the table, every tool in the toolbox, and we would figure out how to get to 2040 carbon-free energy and do it faster, smarter, more efficient, more affordable. But that's not what we're choosing to do here, folks, and I have to ask why. If solar was so great, in economics, if something really, really works, here's a rule of economics. If it worked, the economy would drive it. That makes a lot of sense, I think, to most people. When you're going to buy something new, don't you research what works the best? What's the most affordable? What's the most reliable? What's the most safe? So as a consumer, I want to buy a new car. What's the most affordable? What's the most reliable? What's the most safe? And I would research it. Okay, I'm not buying a car. I'm the state of Minnesota, and I want to go carbon-free energy by 2040. So I'm a business person. What's the most reliable? What's the most affordable? What's the most safe? And you know what? It's not solar. And you know what? It's not wind. So members, I think we really have to look at what we're doing here with this energy plan. We can't keep on spending money like we're spending money, millions and billions of dollars, and not have every tool available to us, every tool in our tool belt to be making the best decisions as possible. Vote no.
The member from Winona, Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So first of all, I want to say I truly appreciated sitting on the Environment Committee here, learned so much in my first 5.5 months. But I want to share just a little bit of a, I'll call it urban and rural perspective coming from a farm. So when I step out on the deck of my home, it overlooks the Whitewater Valley. It's just pristine. I'll breathe in the fresh country air. I'll see the endless green. I look across the farm fields, contour farming, erosion control structures, cover crops, everything you want to see in a good environment. In contrast, the first time that I've lived off the farm was when I took this job, January 3rd. Now, I wake up in a one-room apartment. I've got a 4-foot by 8-foot concrete deck in front of a concrete parking lot behind a 4-lane highway in front of the train tracks with the muddy Mississippi in front of that and the airport behind that. I breathe in the air. It's not as fresh as what I breathe at home. The jets are flying nonstop. I don't hear the birds that I hear at home. It's a completely different environment. But the time that we spend here in the Environment Committee, we seem to have found a lot of problems, and we've spent a lot of time. The things we spent time on, they're not here in the city. Treated seeds, farmers treated seeds, farming practices. I look out at that 4-lane highway and I wonder, people don't talk about it, but how much tire scrub comes off those tires? What happens to that? Every time there's a heavy rain, it's flushed into the water system. I look out at the Mississippi in front of me in St. Paul, it's brown. I look at the Whitewater River and the Beaver Creek in front of my house, it's crystal clear. But we spend our time focused on all these rural problems while we turn a blind eye to what's happening right here in our big city. So that's just, it's an eye-opener for me, and it's a tough pill to swallow, really. The legislation before us here today penalizes taxpayers and makes long-range planning for businesses difficult while making government expansion swift and easy. This bill spends dollars at an alarming rate. It includes $100 million for climate resiliency, $4.9 million for a cumulative impact study, $30 million for data system modernization at the MPCA, $25 million to investigate PFAS, $27 million for the Metropolitan Landfill Fund, $21 million for soil health programs, and countless other funds. The bill creates more full-time government employees funded on the backs of hardworking taxpayers, and this legislation ensures the government of millions of dollars in new fees and permit surcharges at the expense of taxpayers. The bill does very little to make Minnesota's businesses more competitive or increase the productivity of Minnesota's industrial sector. There's no doubt about it. In the future, we're going to need to work together, urban and rural, all of us. We're going to need to work together for the common good. But I'm afraid that this bill does something quite the opposite. Members, please vote no today. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I start, I want to address a few things that I've heard here recently. First of all, most of wind turbines can actually be recycled. And then I heard about solar and farmland, looking at it at a 50,000-foot level. Well, I guess I want to go up to 75,000 feet, because if you look at the biggest threat to farmland, I think this is a good question. Over time has been development and low-density residential development that takes away farmland. So let's have that discussion, but let's really look at all the components of it, because land use is a key piece of things. There was a question discussed earlier about why do we subsidize solar? Well, I think there's 3 reasons. One, we subsidize the heck out of fossil fuels and have done this dramatically over time. In fact, the first subsidies for fossil fuels started in 1916 with deduction of intangible drilling costs. Today, it's conservatively estimated that in the US, there are still $20 billion of direct subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. Now, if you talk about indirect subsidies, this comes from the International Monetary Fund estimates that $686 billion in the US of indirect subsidies. And that includes things like the cost of pollution and the cost of climate change that we're going to have to mitigate from this stuff. And then on top of that, there's an estimated $81 billion that the US military spends every year to defend oil shipping routes. So, you know, the stuff we're talking about for solar right now is peanuts compared to what is happening for the fossil fuel industry. Number 2, there's an upfront capital investment for solar. And so, and for energy. So what we're trying to do is to help get over that hump so more people can get the benefits. And then third, and this kind of addressed some of the thing I talked in the first reason, because there is a huge societal benefit. We get rid of pollution, clean our air as well. And just, you know, to that end, if you look at today's Star Tribune, now there's some great stuff on the front page, but if you look into section B, and what we're going to be seeing later this week is wildfires happening and the smoke drifting down from Canada earlier than typical. This is becoming more of a normal occurrence for us. So this air quality stuff comes from pollution and comes from increasing impacts of climate change. I mentioned this when I spoke, when this came before us, but I want to revisit the most recent report from the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the world's foremost scientific body on this issue. Quote, adverse impacts from human-caused climate change will continue to intensify. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health. There is a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Now, I am really proud of this bill. I want to thank Chair Acom for her leadership, as well as everyone that's been involved. We can be proud of this. Combined with the 100% law, investments made in many other bills, because climate policy touches everything. In jobs and labor bill we passed last night, and in many others, we are stepping up in Minnesota. More work to do, but we're doing our part in providing leadership for those in other states. Now, I talked before at a 75,000-foot level, but I want to get to a more micro level. And I'm a little bit disappointed that Representative Olgamot is not in the chamber, because many of you may know or may not know, I actually do a podcast, and we just did an episode on St. Cloud. And there is some amazing climate and energy stuff going on in St. Cloud. Do you know that in 2015, they set a goal to be 75% for renewable energy for their city operations by 2035? And yet in 2020, they hit 100%, and they're above that now. So now they've set a new goal to be net zero community-wide by 2038. The interesting thing is what they say is going green can be cheaper, is saving them dramatic amounts of money. And they're doing things with electrolyzers and green hydrogen that are bringing jobs to St. Cloud. The stuff we're doing is good for our economy. And I want to close on that, because while climate is certainly something that can be dire, I think and believe that it is a tremendous opportunity, and this bill is taking us in that direction. It's an opportunity to restore our relationship with the natural world, to clean our air and water, to create good local jobs like in St. Cloud, to make our homes and buildings healthier and more comfortable to live and work in, to address the inequalities and injustices caused by the fossil fuel economy, and perhaps most importantly, to leave a functioning world for our kids, grandkids, and future generations. So I am delighted to be voting green, and I ask you all to join me.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Well, I want to start by appreciating some things, and I want to appreciate Chair Acom, and I appreciate the fact that we've had an opportunity to talk and work some things out. And you know, there's a lot that happens in this chamber, and we're on the other, different sides of the aisle, but we're all still just people. And I think what's important is that we connect on that personal level outside of this chamber, and she is very good at that. And I just want to thank you for that. Thank you for that connection and that continually to check in and all those sorts of things. So that really does go a long way, and it makes many things in that committee run a much smoother. Also, Chair Hansen, I am really glad that in the conference committee that a few things were dropped from your bill. And it's interesting, I was at the gas station, and I was at Quick Trip in Buffalo getting gas, and I had said something off the cuff to the clerk that was taking cash, which I've switched to cash, because FedNow is coming and all that. But anyway, on a different note. So I was saying something about my job, and he literally stops me in the parking lot, and he said, "Can you please tell the House of Representatives to not do the fishing licensing fee increase?" He was adamant. He went on for 10, 15 minutes about how important it was that, he had his daughter in the car with him, and he's like, please, we pay enough, and this and that and the other thing, and taxes and this, and please don't increase our fishing license fees on top of everything else. You have a surplus, why would you do that? And so, Chair Hansen, thank you, and the committee the conference committee for eliminating the fishing license fees increases. And it would have been for a residential angler, it would have been from $25 to $30. And maybe it's just a $5 increase, but the net of that is $12 million. So that's not small money. We talk all the time about, oh, it's just $1 million here, $1 million there, but it's a $12 million additional fee to the state of Minnesota. Also, the state park entrance fees, it was supposed to be a $3 million increase. And for those that love the parks, I think a lot of people sort of discovered that during COVID, and they, a lot of our county parks and our state parks really got a lot of usage. But that would have increased the fee from $35 to $45 a year. And, a lot of people actually do use that. So I appreciate that you did not do that increase. And Chair Acom, I also saw something else when I was reading through the conference committee report that I hadn't really seen before, which was the Community Solar Gardens study. So, and I was reading that, and the Community Garden Solar study looks at the cost of community solar. And you and I have talked a lot about that. We've talked a lot about the cost of the Community Solar Gardens program in the Energy Committee. And it depends on what the value of solar is at, but it's anywhere from 12 cents a kilowatt to up to 14 cents a kilowatt, depending on when the contracts were done. But just to put that into comparison, when we talked about rooftop solar, and we had people come in and they were saying, oh, it's like the cheapest production right now. And when I got the spreadsheet, I was actually pretty shocked, because when the developers are putting up rooftop solar, they're saying that the cost of production is between 2 and 3 cents a kilowatt. So if you can do that for 2 or 3 cents a kilowatt, and you've got community solar at 14 cents a kilowatt, that doesn't sound like a very good deal. So I'm really, really glad that you're doing the study on community solar, because, maybe the value of solar was different back in 2013. That's when we passed that. But it certainly doesn't need to be 12, 13, 14 cents a kilowatt anymore. That's an awful lot for energy. And if you look at your energy prices or your energy bills, they seem to be climbing. I know mine certainly is climbing. I'm sure all of yours are as well. So the one thing I am concerned about, though, is that the advanced nuclear reactor study isn't included. And, I was just researching while we were here on the floor and seeing kind of where projects are at. And so in January, so I think we talked about this last time we talked about small or advanced reactors. The very first small modular nuclear reactor design has been certified by the NRC. So that's the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And they have just certified the first one. That was back in January with NuScale. But small modular nuclear isn't everything. That is only one little tiny design of a very large different field of advanced reactors. And we've got micronuclear, which is between 1 and 5 megawatts of power. And Department of Defense and Department of Energy are actually working together to do a project called Pele. And that should be launched soon. So if you were on the LEC, the Legislative Energy Commission, several of us went to Idaho Falls over the summer, and we got to go and talk about Pele and other projects, because it's a joint venture, and it's actually going to be built right there in Idaho Falls. And it's a micro, which means that they're going to build it right there. They're going to put it on the back of a semi-truck and then ship it to its end destination. And it's really cool because Pele is a new design, completely different, because small modular is kind of like the nuclear we have now, but it's just smaller version. And I know I had this conversation with Representative Hornstein on the floor, and he's like, yeah, but what about the nuclear spent fuel, right? And so that's why, it's interesting, but I don't know that that's like the future of nuclear. I really wouldn't portray it like the future of nuclear, but it's an interesting concept because it's kind of built like factory built. We still have an issue of what do we do with the spent fuel, and that is a real concern. But there are other modules, or there are other designs, I should say, that are coming out that will get to that problem, Representative Hornstein, because what they do is they actually can consume spent fuel. So there are some new designs, or molten salt, for example, because you can get it to a very, very high temperature safely, and you can actually consume spent fuel. There's also a gas reactor that's the same. So instead of water as your medium to basically transfer your heat, there are others. So there's also a molten metal. So there are many other designs that are out there. They're actually really exciting, and some of them will actually consume spent fuel. So we are on the precipice of something amazing just in the whole field of advanced nuclear reactors. But back to Pele really quick. So Pele is that's like the first real new advanced reactor that will be unveiled. And Pele should be up and operational in the next year and a half. And so it'll actually be a demonstration right there in Idaho Falls. And once they get it up and operational and working well, they're going to ship it to its end destination. But it'll go on the back of a semi-truck and off it'll go. It's really kind of interesting. So they actually talk about Pele and saying that Pele has two main uses that they are most excited about, and that's for disaster relief. So if you've got another hurricane that comes and you lose your whole system, you can kind of roll it in there and set it up. And also for critical infrastructure. So, we're so worried about our grid. What if this goes down? What if that goes down? In fact, I have a very, very important black start facility in my district, and I can't even tell you where it is. But if we go black, this is one of these facilities that they can fire up to bring the grid back. So this is on that kind of level. It's very exciting. And when we were in Idaho Falls, they also said things like, well, we can put one of these microreactors sort of at a filling station. Think of it like a gas station. And at this station, they have all this supply of energy, so you can electrify your cars, you can fill up your cars, your trucks, whatever. And so when you look at this integrated grid, it's really very exciting. But we can't do any of that really. Can't talk about it a whole lot here in Minnesota because we have the moratorium. And I'm disappointed that at least the study wasn't in there, because I'm telling you, we have got so many really exciting advanced nuclear reactors right on the precipice. And some of them are being built, and some of them they've been certified, and so they're going through the licensure process. But it's really exciting. Let me just talk a little bit more about the other things that I was really hoping was going to be in this bill that would actually reduce our energy cost. One of them is we are the only place in the entire nation that has a cask fee. So a cask is where you put your spent nuclear fuel. And in Minnesota, if you're in Prairie Island, it's $500,000 per cask, $500,000 per year. Up in Monticello, where I am, it's $350,000 per cask. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is right now, this next year, the amount of money that will be collected from ratepayers in Xcel Energy territory is $32 million per year. The next year after that, it'll be $36 million and rising. And we're the only place in the entire United States that collects a cask fee that literally all it does is increase your cost of electricity in Minnesota if you're in Xcel Energy ratepayer territory. We legislators it goes into a fund called the RDA, the Renewable Development Account, and we love it. Legislators have this amazing slush fund, and we love to spend money all over the place from the RDA. But you know what? That comes off of ratepayers in Xcel Energy territory, and it is an unnecessary expense so that we can just kind of have a little slush fund to just spend wherever we want. So that's really unfortunate that that's still in there. The last thing I'm going to talk about today is something that is actually the most shocking of all, actually. When we had this in committee, I was like, wow. I really couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was one of those committees you just go, wait a minute, what did you just say? And that was the hearing that we had about the pre-weatherization money. And, I get weatherization. So, you're going to fix your windows, you're going to fix leaks in your house, add insulation, change vermiculite out. I get that. But that's not what this is. That is not what this is at all. And in fact, in this bill, in this conference committee report, we're going to be spending $38.7 million for pre-weatherization and $3.2 million in the tails. Now let's just talk just a minute about what qualifies for pre-weatherization. And I actually have a report from Department of Commerce, and they've basically made a determination of what they think it is, and they've got a list. And for example, you can do mold and moisture related mitigation. Okay, well that sounds important. If you got mold in your house, you should probably mitigate that. But if you think about that, what does mold do? It kind of gets into every little crick and cranny and crevice in your house. And so they basically explain that out. So it could be structural repair, it could be foundation repair, repairing of walls, repairing of roofing, windows, doors. You can do grading outside of your house to make sure you've got good water flow that goes out, gutters and downspouts, sub pumps. So, I have a 1904 house, and they had to retroactively put in a sub pump in my house. And you know how you have to do that is you have to literally drill down into the cement floor and do a whole path for the water to get down into the sub pump, and then out it goes. I mean, it's not a small process. That is a very expensive endeavor, but that's what's on here. And then black mold removal. So I know when we had this conversation in committee and Representative Swedinsky was asking, he's like, so do you mean like if we take out carpet and drywall and, how far does this go? And it's like wherever the black mold is. So if you have black mold in a bathroom, I guess you gut the whole bathroom and get rid of the black mold and then rebuild it. So for those who qualify, because by the way, the reason that we're doing pre-weatherization here in this bill is because the federal government said no way. We are not paying for that for weatherization, no. And it specifically says in the language of this bill that if it does not qualify for federal funds, you can use this money for that. So that's just one thing. So we're going to do mold and moisture mitigation. Radon mitigation. Well, that's expensive. I'm not even sure how you mitigate for that. Maybe Representative Mecklin knows about that. Structural repair or replacement. So it could be, again, foundation, roofs, windows, doors, walls. Any kind of plumbing leak. So they're going to fix all the plumbing in the house. Sewer problems, plumbing. Major or minor electrical repair. So replace knob and tube wiring. That's expensive. If you got an old house that has knob and wire, and you're going to upgrade the panel, which actually there's actually another provision in here too to upgrade the panel, so I guess that's covered somewhere else. Repair anything that's loose or damaged wiring. So my significant other, as you know, is an electrician, and I may have heard this kind of stuff around the dining room table a bit, and it is a really expensive endeavor to do these things. Also, here's the most interesting thing. So when we had the hearing, somebody said, I've gone into people's homes and it's full of clutter, and so we can't, do the weatherization. And I said, and he goes, I think that this is great because now we can declutter people's houses. And I went, excuse me? We're going to do what? And he said, no, and then I had the department come up and they said, yeah, we've walked away from these people's homes and we are going to declutter their homes. So not only are we going to do all the structural repair, the walls, the roofs, the flooring, carpet, bathrooms, basements, water mitigation, grading outside. Yeah, we're also going to declutter their houses so they can get to it. Now, I'm one of those crazy people that watch really weird shows, and I watch that show Hoarders. Holy buckets, have you ever watched one of those episodes? You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars to declutter someone's house. But I'm not done, members. There's more. So we're going to do remediation for clutter and hoarding. Then it says address improper or ineffective HVAC venting and chimney liners. Whoa, even more. If you've got pests, we're going to take care of that too. Bugs and vermin remediation. Well, I have bats in my house. It's a 1904. I don't know how to keep them out, but maybe I'll get some help with that. I guess that'll help. It'll be taken care of here too. But I'm still not done. Carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. Well, at least that's a smaller cost. Repairing and replacing unsafe dryer venting. Well, you know, you could, I mean, that could be fairly extensive if you have to go through the walls, and that's also not a small thing. Flue repair, so chimney repair, flue repair, gas valve repair, sensor repair. But here's the thing, the list is not even all exclusive, because then it says this list is not meant to be comprehensive. It can be literally anything that the department deems necessary. So I guess we're gonna like rebuild people's houses through this pre-weatherization. And oh, by the way, members, that's gonna go into a special revenue account, and it will be expended till it's gone. It doesn't cancel back to the general fund. If you don't know what that means, you should look it up, because that's important to know. And I guarantee you all that money is going to be used. Because it'd be super easy to spend $60,000, if not $70, $80, $90, $100,000 to do all this remediation. So that's in there. And, you know, the bill came through here, and we had $45 million, and we compromised. It's not $45 million, but it's still $38.7 million. So that's interesting anyway. So we don't have a study for nuclear. We didn't do anything about the cask fees, which is going to be $36 million of ratepayers' money every year and rising. We didn't do the study for nuclear. Nothing, no study. We're not even talk about it. Not even a baby step to maybe, I don't know, have baseload in Minnesota that is carbon-free. We're not making that any easier on our current nuclear plants because that cask fee is expensive. So we're making nuclear more expensive. We're not making community solar less expensive. We are not going to do a study for nuclear, for advanced reactors, but we are going to fix people's houses from the bones out so that they can be weatherized. So, yeah, I'm disappointed in this bill. I think it really missed the mark. I mean, that's just the high-level stuff, you guys. There's so much more in here, but that's just the stuff that I found and we talked about in committee. But, yeah, I'm going to be a no on this bill. There's a lot in here. I'm sure other members will talk about it, but that's just a few things that I saw, and I'll be a no today. Thank you, members.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I just want to tell you really quick, I'm super grateful that I got to be a part of this committee and learn a lot about what's happening in Minnesota in regards to our nature, our environment. I have a great love. I'm going to just share a little bit about my passion for Minnesota and what it's done for me from being a young girl and hunting with my grandpa at 12 years old and making memories, you know, freezing out there looking for a deer, being too scared to take my first buck and scare it towards my dad, who just happened to be sleeping and missed this great animal, but we got to laugh about it for years. And I actually got to then harvest my first deer with my grandpa, who's now passed, and just to see his smile and see the love that he's had for nature and how it's provided for his family, from fishing to hunting. And that's when I got to hear a lot of stories from my grandpa, and I'm so grateful for it. So to be chosen to be on this committee was a surprise and a joy to me, and I'm super grateful for that. I do love hunting, gathering, bow fishing, if anybody's ever tried that in the room. If you want to have a fun time, go bow fishing at night in Minnesota, and it's going to be a good one. We've done lots of things on our little lake that I live on, from taking kids tubing to all kinds of things, to using our wakeboard boat, kayaking, paddle boarding. I do love to ride my motorcycle. I'm grateful that the potholes around the Capitol have been repaired. Hats off to St. Paul for fixing those, because we know those were crazy this winter. But making memories with friends and family around bonfires, to swimming in the lake in the summer is things that I love to do. I want to just, again, thank Chair Hansen lead Heinzman and the staff for being able to gather up tons of information, and for all the people that came from near and far in Minnesota, from way up in Ely down to southern Minnesota to come testify. I think the people that were able to come and share different perspectives for me, a rural country girl, but to hear different perspectives on what we can do to help support Minnesota and take care of our natural resources. It's meant a lot to me, and I'm grateful. I wish our committee meetings would have been hours longer. I really do. I wish there was more time, because I feel like some of the voices that did come from near and far were not able to be heard. And but I'm hopeful as things go on, we'll be able to learn more about that. Special shout out to our GOP researcher, Amy Zivko. I don't know where she's at, but she has been a gatherer of information. She's been dedicated, and she's just shown a lot of light on all things natural resources and environment to our GOP side and all around. And I'm grateful that she's been an encyclopedia of information for me. And it's been helpful to see and hear about how policies that we make here as legislators can impact future generations. So I just want to talk about a couple things here. So I just want to I want to go back to the boating, the watercraft license fees, because there's a lot of people in the room that have kayaks, canoes, paddleboards, boats, maybe some yachts. I don't know if anybody's got a yacht in the room, but those fees are going to go up drastically. But anyway, all right. But Minnesotans will pay more, again, to register their boats and watercrafts, thanks to a $7 million increase in registration fees. With a $17.5 billion surplus, I just think it's unnecessary to raise these fees. The people that will be impacted the most, are seniors, veterans, folks that actually, watercrafts that are owned by nonprofit organizations, Scout and Youth Camps, the YMCA, Rep. Heinzman, Camp Confidence, twice as much the fees for their registration fees will be happening here. Again, we talked about kayaks, canoes, stand-up paddle boards. Anything that's 10 feet or longer is going to over double in their fee prices. So again, I don't know why that's happening, other than, more mandates, more power to bureaucrats. And people will not, I think there will be less and less people that will register and get those license fees, because they'll take their chances, and it'll put more burden on folks that have to keep our water safe. So, yeah, I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about it's been mentioned here several times, the job-crushing regulations. It really, truly is. So there's going to be more power given to the MPCA and the DNR to enforce new, complicated environmental permitting regulations that will make it difficult for new businesses. And those folks were sitting at the table going, we need help. We need more employees. We need more staff to come help us out. And so we're putting more mandates, more regulations on already folks that are needing more support in the workforce. So again, difficult for new businesses to come to Minnesota and for existing businesses to grow and expand. I love innovation. I love learning about new things. And again, I feel like this committee really shine light on some different things that I did not take into consideration, even though I've been a part of, and I've been this outdoorsy mom, taking my kids out all the time, even in the snow, on our frozen lake, and ice fishing to spearing. There's been all kinds of fun, amazing memories. But why are we raising our fees on these things that are supposed to be enjoyable in Minnesota when we have a $17.5 billion surplus. To me, when I read this bill, it just, to me, was like, this is a Leave Minnesota bill. And especially for job creators, folks that want to make and land here, because Minnesota is great. We have the 4 seasons. We have all kinds of opportunities to enjoy all of it, even polar vortexes. When I go out and fill my wood boiler that I'm so grateful for, that I get to use, wood to heat not only our house, our garage, our hot water heater. It's a blessing, and it's saving the grid out in Dassel, Minnesota. So again, thanks again to my committee folks that I got to be with. I'm looking forward to more conversations in the future and seeing what happens with this, but unfortunately I'll have to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Speaker and members, thanks for hanging in there. Everybody, I guess, has a few things to say about this bill. And, you know, it's the President of the United States and you folks, a lot of people have talked about this transition to green energy. And I just wanted to speak real briefly about some of the issues. And some of them have been talked about. But I feel like there are issues at the front end of this, sort of in the middle into reaching the goals, and then at the back end of it as well. So there have been some movie quotes made today, but here's one that I thought was apropos. I'm sure in 1985, plutonium is available at every corner drugstore, but in 1955, it's a little harder to come by. From Back to the Future, and of course, they were talking about powering that DeLorean. And so if that were rewritten for today, it would run something like this. I'm sure in 2023, rare earth minerals are available at every corner drugstore or in large quantities in the state of Minnesota. But hey, we can get it from child and slave labor from the Congo and other places. And members, so on the front end, we have a problem with where these rare earth minerals are sourced from. And you would think that we could all agree that that's not okay, as been talked about on this floor quite often, but the other side of the aisle continues to double down on this green energy transition, even though that's where these minerals come from, and the green energy transition is being made on the backs of slave and child labor. There's a lot of information out there when we passed the blackout bill, but one of the things that was said this summer by MISO was that, when we were having a heat wave in the middle of the summer, MISO said that we are 1,230 megawatts short in power plant capacity to meet its peak demand. And members, that should give all of us concern. What we're creating with this green transition is not a stronger grid, and it's going to come home to haunt us. And so I just don't feel like in this bill that is being taken into consideration. We're doubling down again on more wind and solar. And I also heard this morning on the news that the average age of a car being driven right now out on the roads is 12 years old. That's the longest it's ever been. The longest it's ever been. And part of that is because of course, the cost of a used car, but also a new car, and even these electric vehicles that the president has set a goal of having 50% by, is it 2030 or 40, to having 50% of the cars sold in the United States to be electric vehicles. And it goes back again to where are the rare earth minerals coming from for these, the batteries and the components to these vehicles. And members, some of these goals are just not attainable in the short amount of time that they've been set on the national level and with the DFL majority in this bill and in prior bills this session. So, and then I want to talk a little bit about one of the things that I've talked a lot about is this solar, wind, and electric vehicle stewardship program. And I've authored that bill year after year, and you know, we learned early in the year that the wind turbine components are being shipped to Wyoming, that it's becoming somebody else's problem. And there's just nothing in this current bill. You've had ample time. There's nothing in this current bill that addresses this green transition and what we're going to do as all these other components are retiring. If we're truly green, then we have to address that issue, because this stuff cannot just be dumped in a landfill. And it can't be piled up along the interstate like it is along I-35 as you get between, kind of as you're going from Minnesota into Iowa. And I think, hello, anyone home? Huh? Think, Marty, think. Think ahead to when these things become retired. You know, I would really like to end this speech with, you know, be well and prosper. But the more appropriate closing is prepare to live with less, because your energy is going to get really, really expensive real fast, and it's going to get much less reliable. Members, vote no on this bill. It's not the right thing to do right now.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Speaker Vang, and thank you, members. I want you all to be extremely proud of the bill that you will get to vote for today. This bill contains many great House provisions from members across the state that will prioritize and protect Minnesota's environment in a way that no bill ever has. I'm going to stick to the environmental portions of the bill, but I do want to extend my profound gratitude to Chair Acom, to Representative Kraft, and Representative Hollins for all of their climate work. When people think about the environment, they usually think about trees and animals and plants, and this is a groundbreaking bill for our keystone animal species. We kept Speaker Yang's popular turtle bill, so thank you to Christopher Smith and the Minnesota Herpetological Society for reminding us that our turtles are in danger. Because of you, Minnesota will no longer be an outlier and will protect commercial turtle taking like in 48 other states. We kept my provision to proudly state that there are no junk fish in Minnesota. Thank you to Tyler Winter and Native Fish for Tomorrow. Because of you, your children will be able to catch red horse and mooneye. Thank you to Dr. Solomon David. I know it's hard, I have two first names too. We can't wait to welcome you to our state and the Gar Lab to Minnesota so you can keep studying our favorite animals. And members, just like no amount of lead is safe for humans, no amount of lead exposure is safe for our birds. Swans and loons are some of the most in danger of dying from lead poisoning after ingesting lead sinkers. And we included provisions from Representative Hansen's Native Swan Protection Act to protect our native waterfowl and invest money in getting the lead out of fishing tackle. Thank you to Minnesota's Treasurer Carol Henderson for continuing to advocate for birds after a career working for our state. But members, the environment matters more than just for birds and fish and turtles. The environment matters for humans and for our health. One chemical has dominated the discussion in the Environment Committee since I've been in the legislature, and that's PFAS. I'm sure each of you has heard coverage on the national news about the scope of the problem, but Minnesota actually invented PFAS. We talk a lot about the great Minnesota inventions like Post-it notes or rollerblades or Spam, but PFAS and this class of chemicals were also invented here, which means that we need to invent the solution to PFAS, and we do just that in this bill. This will be the most comprehensive PFAS bill in the country because it bans non-essential uses of PFAS and explicitly banning their everyday use in products like children's products, mattresses, cookware, menstrual products, and dental floss. We included Representative Norris's bill to ban the use of PFAS in firefighting foam and his study to work on addressing the use of PFAS in firefighting turnout gear. And we did this because PFAS is literally killing us. Exposure to PFAS is inflicting cancer on our first responders and also everyday Minnesotans, including children. Like many of you, I heard the testimony of Amara Strandy as she talked about living with a rare form of cancer. But what was more shocking to me than that this girl who was dying of a rare form of cancer was testifying and telling us about this with her father sitting next to her. What was so shocking was that she actually isn't all that rare at her high school. Amara's cancer isn't rare at Tartan High School, and that's because it's in Oakdale, and it's a cancer cluster where multiple teenagers have had rare forms of cancer. One of her classmates came and showed us the scar on his head where he had had a baseball-sized tumor removed from his brain. He talked about the impacts that has had on his education and the life, and how he still struggles to deal with the memory loss that he had from having cancer and having brain surgery while a sophomore in high school. This East Metro High School is in an area where the water and soil are highly contaminated with PFAS. And members, you know that high school students shouldn't be begging us to take action to protect their classmates from cancer and thyroid disease. And by voting green today, you can let kids be kids. One action that this conference committee also took was to name this provision Amara's Law. She died about a month ago, right before we passed this bill for the first time off the House floor. And I'm really glad that our conference committee fought for the House provisions relating to PFAS. I want to thank Amara, her family, her friends, and the entire Tartan High School community for their clear message that we must take action on PFAS. And this bill will be the strongest action that any state has taken in the country. Finally, members, I want to talk about environmental justice. We've heard a lot from members today with concerns regarding these portions of the bill. But we haven't heard about what it's like to live with asthma, or live in a neighborhood where all of your neighbors live with asthma. And actually, Representative Jacob was close, because he's right. Urban neighborhoods and the environment have been neglected and polluted for years. We struggle with the cumulative and continually mounting effects of pollution. We have had highways and industry located in the same places year after year with no remediation or investment in our environment. Representative Lee and I do live in neighborhoods where asthma is the #1 reason children miss school. For decades, heavy industry has been allowed to pollute our air and water. And because of this bill, when the MPCA reaches a settlement in excess of $250,000, our communities will receive 40% of that settlement to actually address the health concerns as a result of that pollution. This is real money that can be used for inhalers, for health screenings, for lead abatement, and for anything else that local governments and communities need to undo that harm. We give people the tools to have hearings in their neighborhoods and make it so that the state and corporations actually have to listen to them and take their concerns seriously. We also invest in more air quality monitors in environmental justice zones, so we have the evidence to explain the coughing fits we experience. And this would not have been possible, Madam Speaker, without the tireless work of Chair Fu Lee and his constituents. In particular, I want to thank Northside Force of Nature, Roxanne O'Brien, for her years of work. Roxanne, I want you to know that the walking tours and the bus tours, the hours of testimony, and the years and hours of countless organizing has paid off, and we are taking that action. These are investments in policies that members should be proud of, yes, but we should also be deeply ashamed that it took this long to act. We've been hearing this for years, for decades. But we are taking action today, and because we all deserve clean water, we all have a right to breathe this air. And members, in conclusion, this is a bill for your environment. This is a bill for the water you drink and the air you breathe. This is also a bill for birds and prairies and forests. This is a bill for your children. And I'm really glad the button today I'll be pushing is green, and I ask you to join me.
The member from Clay, Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk a little bit about this environmental and climate and energy bill. And part of this that, as reading through this bill, I find interesting is we're looking at doing, and I know I'm just getting to this, Chair Aiken might be able to answer this for me. Will she yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Joy.
Chair Aiken, we're looking at doing a $15 million grant from the general fund to Minnesota Power to upgrade a high voltage energy line from North Dakota to Minnesota. Now, is that coming from the North Dakota side of it over to the Minnesota side?
Representative Aiken.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Joy, for the question. So the high power transmission line is coming from North Dakota. It's a wind project that they have there, bringing wind energy into Minnesota. The project is being funded partially from this bill, $15 million from our bill. I believe there's $25 million from North Dakota, and then there's also a lot from Minnesota Power and also from the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. So it's a variety of sources that will be helping to pay it, and what it will do will double the capacity of that transmission line.
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what I got from that, I got one more question for her, if she'll yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Joy.
Of course, Minnesota Power gets power from North Dakota, and they're coal-fired, they're solar, they're wind. They got multiple sources. In 2040 bill we passed, we got a letter from the North Dakota Industrial Commission asking us to put some amendments on. Otherwise, we run into the interstate constitutional violations that the federal court found unconstitutional in 2007 when Minnesota tried to do some clean energy stuff. Will that transmission line just be for wind energy, or will it also have coal coming across that?
Representative Acom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my understanding that it will be the wind power coming from the wind development they have in North Dakota.
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, it'll be interesting to me if it is just wind power. You know, when we continue to look at how we're going to have clean energy, clean air, and I understand that completely. I know that's our goal, to be 100% by 2040, to go not have the coal, not have the pollution. As we look outside today, and we heard it today, that we want to clean the air. We want to make things look better in Minnesota. Well, even though there's wildfires in Canada, it's coming here. We're not stopping it. So as North Dakota continues to have coal, we're not stopping North Dakota air. My district, we're close to North Dakota. My district today is the smoke is bad up there. So we have to keep in mind when we're doing this clean energy, let's keep it on the ground. And when I reference to this, I talked to a relative of mine in California just today. And we were talking about California set the precedence with energy. They went to clean energy, they're trying to do it right. His electric bill used to be $150 a month. I just talked to him today. His last bill was $700. When we talk about unaffordable, that's where it is. $700. They're still experiencing 24-hour blackouts. They're having brownouts. His insurance on his house has went up. And the reason why that's went up is because every time you have a power outage or anything that spikes your fridge or all those good those washer dryers or anything when they're running, it hurts him. He's had to replace them since this. We talk about off-peak electric. We talk about how off-peak and charging your cars at night, and this is when we wash our clothes and everything we do. California had that. From 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. right now in California, it's double the electric rate because everybody's at home charging their cars. That's what it's done to their grid. This year, they're going away from gas. They're not going to allow gas heaters in your homes, stoves. They're moving away from it to electric. They're looking at a 40% increase on their utility bills, 40% on electric. Now keep in mind, from $150 to $700 to 40%. This is where we're at. This is what I'm worried about that we're going to get into. I think we need to relook at this. I think we got to pass some clean energy. We got to get some things through, but this is not the bill. This is what will happen like California. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I was talking to my Representative Hansen. I was talking to my 89-year-old neighbor, and he's not happy with your bill because apparently you can't get a free fishing license until you're 90. So if you could fix that, he would appreciate that. You know, members, I'm standing today, I guess, from a different standpoint. I'm looking at this bill, and I think that the environment bill, I think I would have voted for that bill. It's the energy bill that's kind of corrupted this thing, and it kind of goes a little bit too far, I think, and it hasn't had any it kind of misses restraint. And I don't know what the obsession is that you guys have with solar and wind. And Representative Kraft, I think you're one of the greatest people in here. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. And if you want to end fossil fuels, you got the votes. Pass a bill that says we're going to get rid of fossil fuels. Don't condemn fossil fuels, I mean, let's work together and fund those things that, instead of doubling down and obsessing with wind and solar and saying we've got to get rid of, we're not going to take anything from North Dakota because it's dirty coal. Fund those things, fund new things. The problem with this energy bill, there's nothing innovative in it. There's nothing transformational in this bill. It spends a bunch more money. If that's historic, then great. You hit the nail on the head. Fund torrefaction. Fund anaerobic digestion. Fund private industry trying to change the energy generation that's happening out there. Don't double down on things that literally are never going to be sustainable to supply the energy systems that we have. I sound angry. I'm not angry. I wish this bill would have been, I wish the energy part of this bill would have been better. I worked for the Department of Commerce back in 2010. And I worked on the incentive side of the energy department. And this was when the ERA stimulus money came in, and we really doubled down on CIP. We initiated weatherization. And I see in this bill, now we've got pre-weatherization. I mean, pre-weatherization to get facilities ready for weatherization? That's absurd. Weatherize buildings, double down, use our money and combine it with the federal money. Double down on the partners that we have out there, both in industry and nonprofit. Don't start a new program that basically creates more administrative oversight, more money going to administration, less money going to actually producing the outcomes that we're looking for. And then I think probably the biggest thing in here that I'm struggling with is this benchmarking. And so we're gonna go out and we're gonna require building owners, maybe historic building owners. I'm thinking W.A. Frost. It's an old building. We're gonna post a big sign on the outside that says this building is inefficient. And I'm sorry, whoever owns W.A. Frost, I'm not picking on you. We're gonna require these building owners to post how energy inefficient they are, with the goal to shame them to become more efficient. That's innovative? That's what's coming out of this body? That's the best that we can do, members? I'm really disappointed. And Representative Kraft, I was listening when you spoke, because I always listen. I always try to listen when people speak. And, I also want to applaud St. Cloud and Representative Wolgamott, wherever he is. But you know what? I don't think they needed a state mandate, and I don't think they needed some stigma to tell them that they needed to do better. They did it. They did it on their own. They made this decision. It's amazing what happens when you create those incentives and people just get together and say, wow, I think we need to do a better job. And that's what we could have done here with Republicans and Democrats working together, aligning those priorities, those areas where they find agreement on. We could have done that. I promise we could have. But the one thing I've learned in this session is there has to be some reciprocity. We've tried, we continue to try. Maybe you guys tried too. Maybe there's a 20-foot chasm and we're both willing to jump 10 feet. I don't think so. I think we need to work harder at focusing on those things where we find agreement. And this is one of those bills where we could have. We really, really could have. And I wish I could support it, but I can't support it because, again, I'd love to vote for the energy bill, Representative Hansen. I think there's a ton of good stuff in there. But the energy bill, it's like we're going back to 2008, 2007. We're doubling down on the same things we did back then. And I would recommend all members vote no. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Weens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reflect a lot of the same comments from this side of the aisle on the encumbrance of this bill. The however is there's a few bright, shiny pearls in here, and I think it's worth consideration. On the campaign trail, I heard, like many of us heard, the concerns of our citizens, whether it was public safety, it's excellence in education, it's are we going to get some money back, and what about this economy? And then before I left, I would get that little tug on my sleeve, and can you guys just get your act together and work together and get some stuff done? And yeah, I think we can. Today, I'm probably that guy, and I'll be your huckleberry. Now, having said that, I want to congratulate Chair Hansen and Lead Heinzman. A quote comes to me from the 5th century Greek author, poet, soldier, Xenophon, in his magnum opus, Anabasis. He says, "The most difficult thing is to lead free people into combat." Well, now, Xenophon never was the chair of a Minnesota House committee. So I think it's a high calling to be a committee chair and a committee lead and take all these crazy ideas and all these crazy things and try to make something good of it. So I'm voting green on this, not because I like everything. In fact, I'm very suspicious that it's going to cause issues that we're going to have to fix in the future. But the point is, it's got to start somewhere where we start working these things out and we listen to each other. Yesterday, I went on about inclusivity, and that's in thought and intellect and people of good spirit. I also want to thank my co-author, and I don't see her here, Rep. Curran, and then also Chair Fisher. They worked with me on a bill for my community, Lake Elmo. My city is in crisis. It's run out of water. And that bill, I was hoping that it was going to run through faster and we would get a standalone and get it through, but it did not happen. And it is in here. And to relieve my city of the frustration and the crushing thought of what it's like to be a city without water, it's alleviated in this bill. And there's other communities that are facing the same issues, whether it's the PFAS or it's an exclusion zone. Now, I have to tell you the story of how we got into this situation because there's a hook to me voting green today, and that is I want you to listen to me about how we can work together so we don't put other communities in jeopardy. About a decade ago, my lovely community was having a good time, and then there was this metropolitan planning agency that decided, oh, you need to grow, and you need to grow by such and such and such and such. And my community said, thanks, but no thanks. We're just gonna, live our own lives and, have a nice day. Well, that wasn't enough. And so that particular agency, planning agency, might I add, went forward and forced my nice little community to expand. The however piece in that expansion, and I'm a guy that did a lot of planning, and planning, you take into consideration the resources that are going to be needed to be able to complete the plan. That planning agency abrogated that completely. In fact, if Ozzy Osbourne was here, he'd be singing Crazy Train, because it's absolutely crazy to me to think that we have a governmental agency that's a planning agency that doesn't really plan. In fact, it seems lazy to me, it seems crazy to me, and it seems authoritarian to me that we would have an agency that would force a community in the state to expand without authorizing the resources. So as you can see, Lake Elmo lost in the courts. It had to expand. It was moving on that plan to expand, and it needed more resources. It needed water, the gift of life. Was it getting any satisfaction? No satisfaction at all. And it continually ran up against the issues that we talked about, PFAS, and also overpumping. It went to the DNR. DNR, nope, can't do anything. So went to try to get some more relief through the courts. Couldn't do it. So last February, all of us new folks in the Senate and the House went to a great briefing, and we decided we were going to do something. We were going to rehash some old legislation and try to work it through in both houses in a bipartisan manner. And that reflection is here today in this bill. And that's why, Chair Hansen, I'm voting for this, because it's for my community. It's the right thing to do for my community. And I would hope that you listen to me, that we don't ever put another Minnesota community in this particular, I'll call it stricture, but it's like a vice. It's like, you got to grow. We're not giving you the resources. See ya. And I have a bill. This is my personal point of privilege, I guess, 3187, which requires that state planning agency, which I have not mentioned in name yet, but I think we all know who it is or what it is, that before it mandates and forces any community to do growth and expansion, it coordinates and has the resources available before execution. Because in Minnesota, we don't like crazy, we don't like lazy, we don't like authoritarianism from an unresponsive, unaccountable body. And I think there are decent people there. This is a wake-up call. I don't want to abolish that planning agency. I want it to work, and I want it to work efficiently. Like we all know, the governor was here a month ago, and he talked about that day 50 years ago. Wendy Anderson's here. It was a new day for Minnesota. There was a lot of great things going on. And Minnesota had a reputation for having clean, honest government. And this particular issue here, we have kind of fallen off and not paid attention. Okay, my last story, I spent a year in one of the most corrupt areas of the world. Transparency International rates it one of the worst. And not to go into great detail, and not to say that our state is a corrupt state, but the first step into a path of corruption is apathy. If we don't care and we let things go, then we're going to keep on going down that crazy train to a path of crazy pills, just like Mugatu in Zoolander said, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. So I would ask you humbly to consider signing on to my bill 3187, not to punish, not to destroy that state planning agency, but to enhance it with the requirement that it would reserve those resources for communities if it intends them to grow. So I thank you. I'm voting green on this, and God bless Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I was confused a little bit about the concern about not wanting dirty coal power from North Dakota. Frankly, the United States has led the world in decreasing carbon footprint. And if I was concerned about not buying from dirty coal, I wouldn't buy a thing from China. Because for several years, they were bringing online every week a large coal electric facility. And you talk dirty, that's dirty. In the U.S., our coal is much cleaner. And if we care about the planet, it would actually be better for the planet to do the manufacturing here, even if we used and brought our coal-fired electric power plants back online, than having it over in China. And when we talk about the different programs, policies, et cetera, in the bill, I heard earlier people praising the dropping of some of the bad stuff. I'm not going to praise dropping anything that's bad or stupid. That we should automatically do and shouldn't have had it in the bills at all. And a lot of stuff sounds great, wonderful, but the implementation, the science, and the thought process isn't there. I will give an example. Biomass was very popular in the earlier this century. And Minnesota jumped on the biomass. One of the difficulties was fuel and the timeline to be able to qualify a different fuel. For a while, I was on the energy committees and I was on the Legislative Energy Commission. And I tried to push that if one of the biomass facilities qualified a new fuel, that instead of going the real long process for another one to do it, which is what they were requiring, is you could have a shortened period of time to bring it on so that those facilities could adapt to the changing sources of fuel, save money, be more efficient because they wouldn't have to transport the fuel across. But no, we've got to require any plant that hasn't used a fuel to go through the long, arduous process to qualify it. Well, I would call that stupid. But I think one of the ramifications of that was a few years ago, we voided a contract, a valid contract between a utility and some biomass production sites for electricity. And it was because the cost of the fuel was beyond, so they couldn't produce it for what they had agreed to years before for a price. So they had to go ahead and renegotiate it so that it was passed through. And so what we ended up having is, in order to get the fuel, they were shipping it on trucks across from Wisconsin, across our state, to get it there. And they were running 24/7 because they got the most money by running it that way. The cost of the electricity was horrendous. It was so bad that the utility said, we're going to pay you a boatload of money to shut down because, frankly, this is too costly. I would have looked at it and said, besides the cost, you're introducing a whole lot of greenhouse gases and damage to the highways and roads by shipping tons and tons and tons of biomass fuel across the state and half of Wisconsin. That isn't being logical and thoughtful of what's best for the planet. And that's why I say when we come up with the proposals, it's not, ooh, it's shiny. You got to look down. On the farm, you learn to look down every now and then so you don't step in something. And you look down, and how am I going to get there? And there's 3 paths, and you decide what are the pros and cons for each. And that's how you thoughtfully get us to that shiny city on the mountaintop. And frankly, a lot of the things on the energy are aimed at the shiny city, not how we're getting there, or the ramifications, especially to our senior citizens are retired. You know, electric costs keep going up, utility costs, and that's tough on them. And so I think that might account for some of the people leaving besides the taxation of Social Security. So in order to achieve our goal of clean energy, we need to pick the right ways of doing it. Now, if we look at renewable energy, and I looked globally, you'd have to produce or have a 90-fold increase over the next 2 decades to replace the hydrocarbons. We need battery storage because the duty cycle for wind, the projected duty cycle of 41% and solar of 29%. The real, if you look at the actual data, it's about 10% less. So you're in the low 30s on wind and about 25% on solar. That means you put a megawatt hour or megawatt generation facility out there, and in 24 hours, it's not going to produce 24 megawatts. Bless you. You're probably allergic to numbers, so I apologize. When you get into the battery storage, it takes a lot of stuff to do the battery storage. In fact, 1 year production of the world's largest battery factory, Tesla Gigafactory, can store 3 minutes worth of the U.S. annual electric power. And that's important because when you've got the renewables of where, they only work part of the day or when the wind's blowing and et cetera, you need to be able to store that if you aren't going to have the baseline power. And so a lot of people say, well, we're anticipating improved efficiency, better technology, so we won't need as much of a lot of these things. Well, there's a thing called physics, and I've studied a little bit. And the solar cells, there's a Shockley-Queisser limit, and that's the efficiency limit of electrons per the amount of photons hitting, and that's about 33%. Current cells, solar power cells, are about 26. So there's not a whole lot we can gain technology-wise there. We look at wind, and its limit is the Betz limit, and it says you can capture about a maximum of 60% of that wind energy. And currently we're at about 45%, and some of that's caused by, in order to get that efficiency, you can't put the turbines too close to each other. They've discovered that some of the older ones weren't getting the efficiency. They went to a less dense spacing, and they were able to get improved efficiency, but that means you're going to need more space for it. Now, I looked up, and our usage is about 59.2 million megawatt hours in a year. And I also calculated we've got 5.7 million vehicles. Total miles driven are 51.5 trillion miles. And if we went 100% EV, which we're pushing to do, because I think we're less than 2% in the state, you're talking 15.5 million megawatt hours per year additional to what we've got. So that says that if we went solar, we'd have to put in tens of thousands of acres of solar panels. And because we got to store that, there's a whole lot of acreage we have to put up of batteries. Those are things we need to think about before we shift over and hit our goal, because we don't want to be sitting to where we don't have the baseline. And last year you might have remembered getting a few notifications from MISO about concern that we're going to hit our maximum capacity, and we're going to have brownouts, and we're going to have blackouts. And that was last summer. Minnesota, we also, if we're switching from that dirty stuff to electric heating, think about the total amount of energy we're going to have to increase in capacity. Those are the things that if you're going to intelligently move forward on a path, you actually have to know the numbers and figure out what's going to work and not. And frankly, I'm not seeing this kind of stuff really working out number-wise. California has been pushing this, and they're about, what I heard, 60% more costly for electricity. China's quite a bit less than us, but then they're burning really bad old technology coal because it's cheap. So we can do things better. We can do things right and make it work, but we can't just pass something on a hope and a prayer. And when we do the bills to try and get us down there, we actually have to sit down and do the numbers. And frankly, when I look at the numbers, I don't see that we're going to get there. And I don't see that we've decided we don't want to take tens of thousands of acres of farmland out of production. So, on the floor we talked about non-tillable or low-tillable, poorer acreage. So prioritize that so that we don't lose billions of ag production. And all I'm asking is if you would sit down, and I'm willing to help, sit down and look at how we're going to get there. I don't think your bills are quite there. And math is sort of universal.
The member from Douglas, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So, hearing that the anti-child labor and the slave labor provisions were supposedly included in the jobs bill, I went and looked under the provisions and still was not able to find anything resembling my language under the Green Bank. So the amendments that I had simply stated, as there was an A37 to the Green Bank, to eliminate the use of materials and components of clean energy technologies that are procured from countries that are known to utilize slave labor, not in the jobs bill. Ensure that sourcing, this is the A44 amendment to the energy bill, ensure that sourcing and manufacturing of energy technology components financed by the authority occur under conditions that meet or exceed Minnesota wage and labor requirements. Also did not see that language in the jobs bill under the, what is it called? The Climate Innovation and Finance Authority, the Green Bank. So I think, as Representative Swedinsky had mentioned, there must have been some great Houdini action on some language that does not resemble anything that had passed off of this House floor. And then there was also another amendment, the A46 amendment, $500,000 for the first year is for an establishment of a task force to investigate at firsthand the labor conditions and facilities located in the Republic of Congo and China, where critical minerals are mined for use in electric vehicle batteries and solar panels, and where solar panels are manufactured. The members, that also was not in the jobs bill. The quote from Chair Acom states, if you were taking a look at the final conference committee reports, that provision is no longer the policy language. It's no longer in our bill. It has been moved to the jobs bill, and so the appropriations language is in our bill. Well, the appropriations is not in that bill because I had nothing to do with the Representative Greenman bill for the Climate Innovation Finance Authority. My amendments were simply to enhance that provision, which
left the House floor, did not end up being adopted anywhere that I can find. Members, we do have to address the child and slave labor issues that are in the supply chains when it comes to green energy. We claim in this body that we have to recognize that racism is real, slavery happened, but this stuff is still happening overseas in countries that are making our solar panels, mining minerals so that we can have energy, batteries for cars, etc. So I leave you with a haiku. Lost childhood's cruel weight, tiny souls shackled by greed, silence, dreams, we weep. Thank you.
The member for Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm really excited to be speaking on this bill today. As a member of the conference committee, it was truly my delight to work with this incredible group of people. I want to thank our chairs, Patty Acom and Rick Hansen. I want to thank our staff, who were just incredible. And I want to speak a little bit today about the provisions that are most important to me. I went into this work wanting to focus my energy and time on climate justice and environmental justice. And this bill really does a great job of addressing that. I don't know if most of you know, but Black and brown communities don't feel like they are a part of the climate movement. A lot of folks feel like they've been left behind. And what this bill really gets at is making sure that they are a part of us moving forward in every aspect. And so I've got a couple of examples here that I just wanted to call out. Our cumulative impacts by Chair Lee, it's gonna be revolutionary. It is so important for us to be able to look at how our environment impacts communities of color and low-income communities and ensures that they are going to have the right resources available to them if they are going to be negatively impacted. The Green Bank, Representative Greenman's bill, is fantastic because this movement around climate change is not just about protecting communities, it is about making sure that they are going to be a part of the green industry and the green economy that we are trying to grow. And that's what the Green Bank does. Intervenor compensation, which is my bill, ensures that individuals who have been historically left out of the conversation around climate, around energy, are going to have their voices heard at the PUC. And that's incredibly important. I can't tell you how many groups and how many people have come to me and said that they don't feel like they are a part of the process. Making sure that they get compensation for being in front of the PUC and advocating on issues that are important to their community is crucial. Weatherization. We've been fighting that for a long time. Representative Bierman has carried this bill since I have been here. Weatherization is going to make a huge difference. And I feel like a lot of times when we were in committee, we would hear things about how we were focusing on rebates and funding for people who already had money. And I have to tell you, as a person of color who is coming from a community and representing a district that is not wealthy, weatherization is something we need. Weatherization, making our houses more energy efficient, making sure that we stay warm in the winter and that when we use our air conditioning, it's not just bleeding into the air, that we're being more efficient with it. That's something that my community needs because all of our houses are 1 billion years old and they are not well weatherized. I am extremely excited about that. Electric school buses, another great provision that Representative Hansen carried this year. Our kids in our communities are inhaling diesel fumes. Our school bus drivers are inhaling diesel fumes that are carcinogenic, that are poisoning them. The schools, districts that use diesel school buses have lower IQs and lower test scores. This is more than just a climate issue. This is a health issue. This is an education issue. Every piece of this bill goes back to helping those less fortunate and those who are the most impacted by climate change. Even the EV rebates are important for this because do you know who lives next to highways? Poor people. My community is next to 35E and 94. The people who are impacted by your driving every single day are people who are less fortunate, who have less money, are lower socioeconomic, and are typically black and brown. Those are the people who are being impacted by all of our decisions. And that's why EV rebates, even if they're going to people who have money and can afford buying electric cars, are still going to be positively impacting our communities. And finally, tribal advocacy for the Department of Commerce. This is important. These are our tribal and government nations that need support and want to have a participation in our green economy and the things that we are doing moving forward for climate change. And being able to have somebody at the Department of Commerce who is going to be working specifically with those groups is important. It's something that they've been asking for years, and we're now codifying and making sure that they have the funding to go forward doing that. So I am incredibly proud of the work that we've done on this bill. I am incredibly touched at how it impacts every corner of Minnesotans' lives. And I believe that I don't think we could have done anything better. We listened to feedback from the entire state, red, blue, everything. And I think we came up with a really amazing bill. I am excited to vote green today. I am excited to represent my black and brown communities, and the benefits that they are going to be seeing from this bill are historic. So thank you.
The member from Ottertail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit about the, some of the reliability, some of the cost issues, and a little bit of just about carbon and how it kind of relates to agriculture. First of all, when we're looking at, just the numbers with regard to power. Right now, if you look at the cost of megawatt hour for coal, it's $35 per megawatt hour. The cost for natural gas is $28 per megawatt hour. The cost for nuclear is $37 per megawatt hour. If you look at what the expected cost, according to the American experiment, is for the cost of solar, it's $272 per hour, per megawatt hour. That's 10 times the cost. If you look at the cost, according to the American experiment, on the cost of wind, it's $471 per megawatt hour. That's 17 times higher than what we pay right now for natural gas. I traveled in southern Minnesota. I used to live down by Hendricks. The land that I lived on, they put about 6 windmills on. If you go to southern Minnesota and you look at their windmills, they got lots of windmills. Currently in Minnesota, we have about 4,000 windmills. We're going to need, according to them, 47,000 windmills. I hope you're ready for some windmills in your backyards, because it's going to take a lot of windmills. For every 8 acres of ag land, we'll get 1 megawatt hour of electricity. We certainly aren't going to get much power from that. And we're going to need to use about 100,000 acres of ag land for this. I want to talk a little bit about, so that's a little bit about the cost. Reliability, we saw MISO, we're looking at about 15% right now of our electricity comes from solar or wind. But I want to talk a little bit about carbon. So we had a nice exchange, had a great exchange with my friends in transportation. Representative Kraft, you're one of the nicest guys there. I really appreciate visiting with. Chair Hornstein was great. But we talked, we had an expert in the room, and it was great to visit. And I had a few questions for them, and I've been doing my homework. And so I said, what's the level of carbon in the air right now? And they said 419. I said, that's the number I have, 416 parts per million of carbon in the air. I said, what is the level of carbon that soybeans grow best at? And I've been in agriculture my whole life. And so I looked it up. What's the best level of carbon in the air for soybeans? 416 parts per million of carbon. I said, let's talk about corn. I asked the expert, I said, what is the level of carbon in the air that works best, is the right level to grow corn? 420 parts per million of carbon. We can actually have more carbon in the air. So then I asked the question, I said, Jesus, we're really getting somewhere here. This is really important stuff. So I said, well, when does photosynthesis stop? When do plants stop growing? What is the level of carbon in the air for plants to stop growing? They didn't know, but I do. That level, you can look it up, is about 189 parts per million of carbon. And so what happens between 189 and 416 if we drop it and drop it and drop it? The answer is we grow less crops. And I like all the communities to do well, every community, but I do know that they really appreciate eating their food. And we need to look at everything. I think it just takes a really balanced approach. We didn't get the opportunity to talk about any of this stuff anywhere else. We were told this is settled science. Everything's settled here. But I was talking yesterday, we talked about, all the different benchmarks there's been over the years. At one point, guy said that the Statue of Liberty is going to be up to its elbow in water. We have a lot of room. We can talk a little bit more about this. There's a bunch of nice things that have been done with carbon sequestration. My oldest boy worked in a coal mine in Gillette, Wyoming for a while. There's a lot of things that are done in ethanol to help this out. We don't need to go down the road of wind and solar. Wind and solar, it'll take 20 years for wind to replace it. 20 years, every 20 years, we'll finally start to redo it. And every year after the 20 years, we'll have to put 2,500 new ones up every single year till the end of time. And so anyway, my vote is this is not ready. We can do a lot of good things here, but this is not one of them. So there's a lot of room here, but the whole climate thing, we need more conversation, and I do appreciate that time we had. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I think, we've had a good conversation about this bill, and quite frankly, in a lot of ways, it misses its mark. We're going to hear from the DFL majority that this ultimately is going to save people money. And the only way you're going to save people money if someone's going to subsidize your business or subsidize your electric bills, because they're going up, folks. They're going up. We had an opportunity through the amendment process to get rid of the tax on casks. That was to return those dollars back to ratepayers so that the amount of money coming out of their pocket would not go to fund special slush fund projects across the state, but go back to so that they can pay their bills. They can pay their employees. Folks, we're told, it's just a couple of $1 million a year. Well, if you do the math, folks, I'm going to add up what this bill is going to cost Minnesotans over the lifetime of some of these projects that are included in this bill. The cask fee, $1,350,000. $1,350,000. Folks, when we extend the cost of the cask fee out to 2050 and do the math year over year by not eliminating it and deciding to spend it on special projects, your constituencies from all walks of life, the poor and the rich, the business owner and the employee, will be paying, just in that particular area, $1.35 billion more over the lifetime of this bill. Does that sound like small potatoes to you? Doesn't to me. Folks, you look at all the other mandates that are being put on the utilities across this bill, whether it be the interconnections or the guaranteed purchases by solar suppliers. I would like to stop and ask Chair Acom what that's going to cost ratepayers, but guess what? We have no idea how much it's going to cost. But we do know that it's going to be exceptionally expensive. And those dollars, when we say exceptionally expensive, which would be more than billions of dollars, multiples of billions of dollars, for the mandates that are put in these bills for interconnections and upgrades and all the other things that we're going to have to push through this bill, and because of other bills that have been pushed prior to this. Multiple billions of dollars more. And I promise you, those costs will be there. Folks, I'm reminded of Back to the Future. And we like to talk about movies and just interconnect them with really, what we're doing here in the legislature, because I think it really helps weave a good tale of what's going on. And if you remember in Back to the Future 2, Marty McFly travels into the future, and he goes into an antique store, and he buys Gray's sports history book. And remember, he buys it, and he shoves it under the seat and doesn't tell Doc that he bought it. And he comes back to the future. And Biff steals it. The future that Marty McFly visited was a good one, right? The market took place, wasn't interrupted, and then we interrupted it with a book or a bill and set it on a different course, drastically changing the future outcome of the future. Folks, when that book was brought back from the future, it negatively affected the future for our kids. And we're told over and over that this bill will help the environment. It will stop tornadoes from happening. It will stop hailstorms from ruining our crops, icy roads. That's a bill of goods, folks. Friends, one thing that is a guarantee is that the DFL majority, St. Paul knows best policy is alive and well in the bill that sets before us. St. Paul knows best. Not empowering business owners, not empowering families, not empowering people to make their best choices with their dollars. But here we sit. We all have an election certificate. Some of us will vote no today. More of you will vote yes. At some point, you have to trust the people to do what's best with their money. Not tell them how to spend it, not incentivize them in how to spend it, and certainly don't pay off our political friends with it. Friends, the subsidies in this bill on established businesses is wrong. The solar rewards program, solar development in this state and in this country is well developed. It doesn't need a subsidy. If it's going to succeed, it will succeed. I believe it will. I believe there's a market for solar. But we don't create markets by mandates. Friends, Minnesotans will pay more. Minnesotans used to be a shining light when it comes to energy affordability and reliability and safety. This bill will fundamentally change the cost outlook for Minnesota energy for all Minnesotans, the rich and the poor. And you cannot look at this bill by itself. On top of the other bills and the blocks and the sticks that you're putting in the road for people that are trying to develop business and opportunity in the state of Minnesota, whether it be higher taxes, higher gas taxes. This bill even recognizes that it's going to damage families by changing the percent of income that you qualify for government subsidy for your energy bill. They realize it. The DFL realizes, folks, that they need to subsidize the poorest of the poor because they're going to sock it to them with this bill. And for what? We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on subsidizing grown-up businesses and subsidizing the purchase of electric cars for yuppies so that instead Let's make sure grandma doesn't have a place to live when she's older. We don't spend the dollars here when we could be spending them in the HHS on our nursing homes. Friends, if you're considering vote for this bill, the costs are going to hurt Minnesotans. The increased cost of electricity is not going to make us safer. It's going to make us exceptionally uncompetitive. Do what's right. Vote red. Thank you.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been working on my closing comments over the course of the last few hours, and there are, as we mentioned, that I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the debate today, some things that Republicans are glad to see are out of the bill, things that we're glad to see in the bill. But I'm struggling to try and focus on where to start in terms of the extreme and, quite honestly, out-of-touch policy and appropriations that are here. And it's been quite a challenge to try to narrow it down in the last few minutes here, but this bill is giving MPCA broad new authority, and that's dangerous, because it abdicates our responsibility as legislators to political appointees. The number of references, starting with the commissioner may, or if the commissioner has reason to believe, is, in my opinion, alarming. I'm going to move on to increased fees that have been discussed today. Boat owners specifically are being targeted in those increases. But also communities seeking permits for water infrastructure. It's unnecessary, and it's especially unnecessary given the surplus that's been mentioned many times through the debate over the last few weeks and today also. Representative Dawn Gilman's not on the floor, but she made a great point, Chair Hansen. You're making it harder for the DNR to do their job by not fully prioritizing the concerns raised by sportsmen and women around the state. That's not just us saying that, but that's stakeholders outside of this building and our constituents frustrated, reading the same language that I'm reading. Today, Democrats are passing one of the most out-of-touch bills with the most burdensome regulation and unnecessary fee increases that we've ever seen in this chamber. I know that there's plenty of folks on the other side of the aisle who disagree with our concerns as we're raising them today, but it's our job to point out some of the things that unfortunately are clunkers. As I started with today, there's rocks ahead. These things are going to be felt by people. It's going to hurt Minnesotans' efforts to enjoy the outdoors and to grow their communities, and for job creators to continue to provide the kinds of opportunities that we currently have and would like to see more of. Now, those things being said, I'm going to end on a positive note. I want to say some thank yous. Specifically, Peter Strohmeyer, you have been really good to work with. I appreciate your responsiveness and your helpfulness to the minority as we've had questions, and that's really something that we're grateful for. I, of course, would be remiss if I didn't say thank you, Amy Zipko. Unbelievable, the knowledge that you have and that you're able to share with us as we have questions frequently. So I want to close with that, and members, unfortunately, I'm going to be a no vote today, but it's not the end. Obviously, there's going to be lots more discussions in this subject area and opportunities to, I think, right some wrongs.
The member from Stearns, Minority Leader Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we have had a lot of discussions about energy throughout this session. And as we all know, our budgets are stretched incredibly thin. You would think, though, given inflation and what is hitting our pocketbooks all the way from every part of the state, that our discussions would be to actually how could we make energy affordable in the state of Minnesota. But that, as we've heard this afternoon, doesn't appear to be what has happened. And I want to be clear as we wrap this bill up that Republicans do not oppose renewable energy, or we do not oppose making energy cleaner. But we do differ in one distinct area. Republicans want energy that is clean, we want energy that is affordable, and we want energy that is reliable. Democrats, though, seem to want energy that's clean, no matter what the cost is to Minnesota families, even if it's higher electric bills and unreliable power grids. This bill is bad policy that is tucked into more out-of-control government growth. A 513% increase over base for energy and a 2,286% increase for the Renewable Development Account. Let's not forget, if the state budget is increasing, that increase is coming from each one of your wallets in more taxes, higher taxes. Democrats are raising billions of dollars in taxes in other part of the budget and using it to fund these green energy projects and mandates that will ultimately threaten the reliability of our energy grid and result in higher energy bills for Minnesota families. Again, this is at a time when energy bills are already high and family budgets are stretched thin. But over and over and over in this chamber, we have heard the majority party say how proud they are to seize the moment of their one-party rule. Well, that pride actually results in raising taxes. That pride results in ramming through bad policies. And that leads me to another problem that I see with this bill. All session, the majority party has misinterpreted their narrow win as a mandate from voters to rush through hyper-partisan wish lists with zero regard for desire to hear any sort of opposition or bipartisan solutions. We've seen this most acutely with the energy policies throughout this session. It started with the blackout bill earlier, just making one committee stop before being rushed to the floor, where it passed with zero Republican support. It continued when Republicans were locked out of the conference committee on this omnibus bill. Democrats are refusing to listen to opposition. They don't want to hear that the policy goals may be ill-conceived. And they are effectively shutting out the voices of 48% of Minnesotans. There are backroom deals that are rushing legislation through and hoping Minnesotans don't notice as those campaign promises are being broken, and it ends up being opposite of what we were sent here to do. Minnesotans did not send us here to St. Paul to jack up their energy bills and make the energy grill more unreliable. But it seems if this passes through, that is potentially what they will get. Members vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've had a long debate today, and what I will maybe start out saying is that just because people say things, don't make them true. And so as we look at affordability and reliability, yes, this bill will make people's energy more affordable and more reliable. I will say when I look at my energy bill, because I have solar panels on my house, it's pretty affordable. And I can use that solar power to
power or to fuel my electric car. And so when we look at the ability of trying to expand our distributed energy, that's a great way to do it. And so we're working on that, and that's in our bill. The cost of doing nothing and relying on the status quo, we know what's happening. We see what's happening. We understand the response that we have to take to emergent or natural disasters every year. It's going up. We talk about, will we no longer have tornadoes if we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions? No, that's not what this is going to do, but it's going to decrease the frequency. And so by doing nothing, we will continue to pay in different ways. We are making the choice to be proactive and invest in our energy sector. And so that's what this bill is doing. We also talked about reliability. Reliable energy is incredibly important to each and every one of us. And I will say distributed energy helps make our grid more reliable and more secure. And I will say there's also provisions within our bill to help co-ops and munis build on their grid resiliency. I'll get the words out. So just because people say it doesn't make it so. We heard today about the concern on the impacts on ag lands. Well, if Minnesota can meet 70% of its solar needs with less than 0.5% of ag lands, and nobody is forcing any farmers to put solar panels on their land. It is a choice they are choosing to do. We've heard a lot about the future today and going back to the future. This bill is preparing for the future. It's recognizing the importance of being proactive to ensure we have a future that our children will be able to benefit from. We also heard today about how important innovation is, and I want to ensure people that there is a lot of innovation in this bill. We heard about the concern that we're not looking at other forms of energy technology, and this bill does. There's the green fertilizer bill that is looking at taking what is now curtailed wind power, using it to make hydrogen and to develop fertilizer, which is a hugely energy-intensive product, and it can be incredibly cheaper. And so having grants to help co-ops and munis do that is a really important, innovative step to make it cheaper and more affordable. So, okay, I can be done now. But what I will say is thank you all for this. I'm passionate about this issue. We are doing this work because it's important for Minnesotans and it's important for the future. I wore green today. Vote green.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen R.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to take a few moments to do some thank yous. I want to thank Mr. Strohmeyer and Ms. Zipko for their work, particularly Peter Strohmeyer for being through this thick and thin with us. And I want to thank the conference committee, Chair Acom, Representative Hollins, Representative Kraft, and especially Representative Jordan for her work problem solving on multiple areas in this bill. I want to note also, I want to thank the folks who represent people, particularly working people who work together on cumulative impacts with Representative Lee to get to this place, a place that started 6 years ago, 6 years to get something done. Part of the compromise we reached was to limit the application of these provisions to projects located in the 7-county metro area, the cities of Rochester and Duluth, and projects on tribal reservations after consultation and election from the tribal government to apply this law on their land. Members, we've had a long day today, but a number of provisions in this bill have been waiting a very long time. You know, the well-off and the well-connected always have access to power. Always have access to power, the well-off and well-connected. But there are people who contact us and ask us to do things. I think of the people who told me, you will never be able to get the money back that was taken for MLCAT. That's 16, 18, 20 years ago. It ain't gonna happen, just give it up, let it go. And I think Representative Richardson heard that over the 5 years that she has carried this bill. Just let it go. It's too long ago. People forget. Representative Becker-Finn, on chronic wasting disease. You're never going to be able to make the changes. It's just too hard. It's too hard to make those changes. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 years. All those years, it's just too hard. People. But we started to crack the regulatory capture that does exist in this state. And that happens with people, not the well-off and the well-connected. I think Representative Howard was door knocking for me and found people that asked, why is there film on my coffee every morning? Why is there an oily film on my coffee every morning? Why do I have to put up with the smell that comes across the river every day? Representative Hollins mentioned the poor and the dispossessed that don't have a voice. When we all knock on doors, we hear from people who have no one representing them except us. That's our responsibility. I appreciate, Representative Wiens, that you're voting your district. You hear from your district. We hear from people in our district, and I think all of us hear the cynicism of, what can you do? It's too much. The big and the powerful are too powerful. What can you do? How can you make a difference? And they can make a difference by sending us here, and for us to be persistent, to be representing them. And today you can do that. This is a good bill. It's a very good bill. It has provisions in there that have been vetted for years, that people came here and pleaded with us to do something. And today we are. So today I'm asking you to vote for your districts. Vote for those that don't have a voice and be their voice to do the right thing. And even if they are not watching, they will hear us. And they will see us. And we can represent them the way we should. I ask for your vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Majority Leader Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move a recess to the call of the Speaker for approximately 30 minutes until 5:45.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Minority Leader Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the Majority Leader would yield for a question.
He will yield.
Thank you, Madam
Representative
Speaker.
Dameth.
Majority Leader Long, last week we heard that today, the 18th, was going to be the day that we are adjourning until February 12th. I believe everyone that is either watching or is in this room does not think that is possible. I'm not sure how we're going to get that done by midnight. And yet, we have a number of bills that still have to be passed. Transportation, taxes, and health. Those are budget bills. And state government, thank you, state government finance. And Majority Leader, I've seen a little bit on social media that the Speaker has actually said that the Republicans were standing in the way of the majority getting their work done. And I'm just wondering, Majority Leader Long, could you tell me what the status of the budget bills are that we still need to get our work done on, where they are, and when we could expect them in this chamber?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Leader Dameth. We certainly have aspirations to end tonight, but it does not seem like that will be possible. So I believe that you are correct. We are going to be continuing our work. We are moving with all deliberation to get our budget bills working and to the floor. I know that we have bills coming over from the Senate. We also have some important work to do that's not budget bills, including the cannabis bill that we are taking up tonight. We can certainly move as fast as folks on the other side are willing to. I think we've had some substantive debate, and we've had some very unsubstantive debate about such as some of the debate we had last night. But we are ready and willing to do the work. Hopefully we can do the work together to get this done on time before our adjournment. Thank you.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the Majority Leader yield for another question?
He will yield. Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Majority Leader Long, I appreciate most of your comments. I am just wondering if you could please tell me which budget bill is coming up next on the House floor. Is it at the desk? And what time can we and the Minnesotans that are watching expect that we would actually take up the budget bills that have to be completed before the end of session?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Leader Dameth. So the cannabis bill will be the next bill that we take up. I believe that the next budget bill that we are going to be taking up would be state government finance, if I'm not mistaken.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I need the Majority Leader if he would be willing to yield for another question.
He will yield. Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Majority Leader Long, what is the next actual budget bill, whether it is transportation, taxes, health, state government? Are one of those bills at the desk, and what time could we expect those to be heard in this body?
Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Leader Dameth. I did answer your question. State government finance will be the next budget bill that we're going to be taking up. I do not believe it will be today. It will be likely tomorrow.
Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader Long, for the clarification of when the budget bills are coming up. I hope that the public that is watching understands the Republicans are not holding up the budget bills that need to be heard in this chamber to give us an appropriate end to this session.
All those in favor of the motion for recess for the call of the Speaker, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The House chamber is in recess to call the Speaker.